Phase 1. The arrival. The photograph arrived without explanation. It showed some kind of mass, dark gray and pulsing. It was hovering far above the North Atlantic. It resembled a cyclone, but there was no eye of the storm, no rotation. Just layers, like folds of gauze, stacked and suspended. The sky around it was eerily clear. And that was the first impossibility. Dr. Myreed Finn saw the image at 6:32 a.m. It was forwarded to her personal account from an encrypted ministry. The subject line read only, "Come in immediately." Dr. Finn arrived at the North Strand Climate Monitoring Facility before sunrise. The conference room was already full, unusual for a Wednesday. Technicians, military liaisons, 2 senior meteorologists, and a man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena, a department that officially didn't exist. No one spoke for the first 10 minutes. They just stared at the image projected on the main wall. A still frame from a weather satellite feed. "I've never seen a static formation at that altitude before," Myreed said. Her eyes locked on the impossible image. "How high is that exactly?" 68 kilometers, one of the technicians said, adjusting his glasses. She blinked. "Mesosphere." "Correct." "This doesn't make any sense," she murmured to herself, irritated by confusion. One of the meteorologists stood. "It's your job to make sense of it, Dr. Finn." "When was it first reported?" she responded, ignoring the man's tone. "It's been there for 6 hours. It just showed up." The military liaison cleared his throat. "Spotted by satellite over the Atlantic. Cross-checked by his second pass. We thought it might have been weapon debris. It's not. Civil flights are already diverting. Maritime routes, too." On the monitors, numbers scrolled. Temperatures, wind speeds, strange depth readings. The mass wasn't moving. Winds tore at it hundreds of kilometers per hour, but it didn't rotate. Didn't shear. Just remained. Impossibly still. "It's not a weather event," the meteorologist declared with a shaky voice and worry in his eyes. "Then what is it?" asked the liaison. No one had an answer, and by noon the world had seen it. Footage taken by a commercial pilot had gone viral. A bank of dark mist stretching from horizon to horizon, bloated and heavy, blotting out the sun. It covered a region roughly the size of North America and appeared to be growing. The shadow the cloud cast was immeasurable. On a clear day, the light would dim like a solar eclipse. The sky turned a dull gray. Shadows vanished. Birds fell silent. Some areas experienced perpetual dusk, the night imposing in its darkness. People on the ground began reporting changes. Strange static humming in their teeth, tension headaches, a persistent low pressure in the ears. Online forums exploded. #TheCloud trended within the hour. Dr. Finn kept working. She had trained herself to remain clinical, methodical. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the air in the lab had gone stale. Something was very wrong, and not a single thinking brain on the planet could provide answers to the impossible situation. At exactly 9:43 p.m., the first sound was recorded. A low-frequency thump-thump deep and distant. Then another, 2 hours apart. Then again. And again. Thunder, someone offered. But the radar was clear, not a single weather system for 1,000 kilometers. The thump came again, only minutes apart. Myreed sat perfectly still, headset on, watching the sound wave roll across the monitor. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't seismic. It was airborne, high above our heads. Jesus, whispered a young intern nearby. It's coming from inside the cloud. By midnight, it had settled into a rhythm. A slow, deep, drumming sound. Thump, 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 thump. Regular, relentless, as though something far, far above was knocking from the other side of the cloud. Project Cerberus Vale, Field Journal Entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, Lead Meteorologist, Classified, Level Omega, Day 1, 11:42 p.m. The cloud remains stationary. Its scale is beyond measurement. Its thick fog goes far beyond our atmosphere. The sound began tonight. Regular pulses. Low frequency, origin unknown, but triangulated within the formation. The collection of all data is incomplete at this time. Personal note, it's not weather. It's not man-made. We don't know what it is. Phase 2. The Sound of God. By morning, the drumming was heard across the entire northern hemisphere. It was no longer limited to the monitoring stations. People across Europe, eastern United States, part of Western Africa, and even as far as Argentina reported hearing it. Not just through the air, but through their bodies. In the base of the skull, the hollows of the chest, or behind the eyes, the sound was felt just as much as it was heard. Entire cities reported the vibrations. Hospitals began to fill, not from injury, but from confusion. Migraines, tinnitus, bleeding noses. Some people began to lose their minds, tormented by a sound they couldn't escape. Others seemed unfazed by the strange phenomenon. A woman in Bordeaux began convulsing and screaming, "I hear it! I hear it! I hear it!" before falling unconscious. At 6:01 a.m., Dr. Finn watched from the roof of the North Strand facility as the light changed again. Not dimmer, not quite. She struggled to name it. Shadows had lost their edges. Buildings looked slightly flattened. Colors were muted like the world had been submerged in water. She raised her hand and stared at her palm. Veins, like rivers on a map. Her skin was paler than before. The hairs on her arm stood up. The drumming continued. "Dr. Finn?" The man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena pushed through the steel door behind her. "My name's Jonas, ma'am. I've been meaning to speak with you." He paused beside her, eyes turned upward to the dreaded cloud. It swallowed the entire skyline, hiding stars and moon alike. It's quite the view," he murmured. "What can I do for you, Jonas?" she asked. Her tone clipped, unwilling to indulge small talk. You know who I work for?" She nodded once, offering him a cigarette from a near-empty pack. No thanks, I quit." "Fresh air for me." He laughed awkwardly as Dr. Finn lit her smoke. "They're relocating me," he said. "Opposite side of the world. A counterpart facility in the southern hemisphere. They want simultaneous readings, mirrored data sets. It feels like I'm being moved out of the blast zone." She paused for a moment. If this thing is global, if it's growing, we need to know if it behaves the same way everywhere. Otherwise, we're flying blind. Finn studied him, the shadows across his face blurred and trembling in the wrong light. So you're chasing the other horizon? Yes, something like that. He gave a thin smile, but his eyes stayed locked on the sky. I'll send you everything I find. Maybe between the two of us, we'll make sense of it. Her gaze lingered on him a moment longer than she intended. Then she looked back to the cloud. Maybe. The drumming echoed. Low, cavernous, endless. Thump, 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 thump. Neither of them spoke after that. The emergency broadcast systems went live just after noon. News anchors read pre-written statements, no questions, no speculation. Authorities are aware of the atmospheric anomaly currently positioned over the Atlantic. Remain indoors, limit direct observation of the phenomena. Further information will be provided when available. The feeds cut off after 90 seconds. Black screens revealed the concerned reactions of the population. Social media boiled over with conspiracy, prophecy, and fear. A viral clip from New York showed commuters frozen in the middle of an intersection, all exiting their vehicles, all staring up at once. Dozens of them, like they'd heard a voice. Then some began to cry. Others fell to their knees in prayer, all united by the oppression of complete and total helplessness. Government helicopters swarmed beneath the cloud, like flies drawn to the stench of death. Another clip from a Nigerian cargo ship showed the cloud expanding, spilling outward in curling tendrils. Vast sections of dark mist swirled within the cloud like black sand in clear water. The crew's final log simply read, "God has returned to us." At 2:42 a.m., Dr. Finn stepped into the soundproof chamber to listen to the unfiltered live feed. She sat in the center of the small white room, strapped on the over-ear monitors, and listened. There it was. Thump, 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 thump. The drumming from the cloud. Clearer now. More spacious. More thoughtful. There were pauses between the beats, pauses long enough to create the illusion that it had stopped, before it came again. She felt it deep in her ribcage, her heart sinking to the aerial phenomenon. The drumming had become a presence, not sound alone, but a tidal force pressing against the earth. Every beat made her stomach lurch as if something vast was stirring within the planet itself. And then it shifted. The sound broke free of a rhythm. A single elongated groan, wet and guttural, poured from the cloud. It rippled across the atmosphere like thick, viscous liquid, sloshing into every crack or crevice that it could find, the ground itself vibrating under the sonic pressure. It was enormous, impossible. Something malignant, something so vast that its moan reshaped the sky. The pitch was almost beyond hearing, subsonic yet torrentously present, low, dragging, reverberating with the weight of mass that she could not comprehend. The groan slithered and pulsed like the wet crack of muscle tearing sinew, stretching, a predator yawning across the heavens. Her chest heaved, her stomach twisted, her fingers tingled with the pressure of sound. Her mind screamed against comprehension. The noise was alive, shapeless yet aware. It hung in the room like a storm that could devour everything, pausing only to let its presence sink further into her bones before dragging itself back into a wet, shuddering growl. She ripped the headphones off, trembling, sweat prickling across her skin. The chamber was silent, but not really. The sound lingered, imprinted on her ribs and skull, crawling through her blood. Was that a voice? The intern monitoring the signal turned to her, pale and crying. No, Dr. Finn whispered. It wasn't a voice. He swallowed. Then what was it? She stood slowly and left the room without speaking another word. The drumming resumed as normal. Project Cerberus Vale, Field Journal entry. Dr. Maya Reed Finn, Lead Meteorologist. Classified, Level Omega. Day 2, 3:17 a.m. Clouds remain stationary. Estimated diameter now exceeds 5,000 kilometers. Audio patterns continue, rhythmic, biological, possibly vocal. Global symptoms reported. Neurological disruption. Auditory hallucinations. Emotional volatility. Mass hysteria. Thousands of casualties across different countries. Burst eardrums and internal hemorrhaging. Public unrest is increasing. Governmental control deteriorating. A plan was initiated to obtain a visual of the sound source. Jonah's team ran 3 LiDAR sweeps from orbit, from a U-2 spy plane, and from a modified weather balloon. Orbital scan returned no depth reading, no zero, just nothing, as if it struck open air for 1,000 meters, then refused to return. Plane scan logged 1 frame of internal structure. Looked like a bone. A moment later, the image glitched, reloaded, and showed a perfect sphere the size of a mountain. And then static. The balloon feed, 20 minutes of telemetry before loss of signal. Internal layers visible, fibrous, twitching. The final frame, a shape in the center, spindled, elongated, symmetrical, but wrong. Our analyst ran it through edge detection software. The results were... they were disturbing. It resembled a face, but only when you didn't look at it directly. A convergence of lines, folds, and textures that form something odd. One technician collapsed during image review, said that she felt like that it could see her. I saw it too, just once. It didn't scare me, it just made me feel ashamed. We've locked the files. Project code Cerberus Vale. Access visual AI systems only, no human review permitted. Effective immediately. On a personal note, Jonas agrees there's something in there. He's gone south into the dark. I don't know when I'll see him again. I think it's stretching. Phase 3. The arms. Dr. Finn jolted from her sleep, her phone vibrating on the steel table. She'd passed out at her desk, overworked and exhausted. She grabbed her phone. The screen read, Jonas, DAP. Finn? Jonas's voice came sharp, urgent. Are you seeing the latest readings? Her pulse quickened. The cloud had been behaving differently. The drumming was heavier, more insistent. Thump, 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 thump. I'm watching. It's intense, but nothing new yet. Thump, 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 thump. Intense? His laugh was bitter. Intense doesn't cover this. The subsonic pulse? Every monitoring station on every continent, they're aligning the underside of the cloud. It's splitting along a straight vertical seam. The satellites caught it just before it closed again. Dr. Finn frowned. A seam? Thump, 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 thump. Like it's preparing to open, and I don't mean metaphorically. His voice dropped, urgent. There's a pattern in the pulse. Rhythms building. I don't know how else to say it. The drumming, it's like a fucking heartbeat, Reed, and it's getting faster. You need to be ready. Something's happening. Whatever you do, don't go outside. Whatever happens next, it's not just a sound, okay? It's alive. Thump, 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 thump. She felt it in her chest before she could reply. A vibration deep in bone and blood, the wet resonance of something enormous stirring. Jonas, stay calm, lock yourself in, go to that bunker now. The monitors are there, you can observe, whatever you do, just do not fucking step outside. And then the line went dead. A heartbeat later across the northern hemisphere, a vertical fracture tore through the sky like a wound. It widened with deliberate slowness. Layers of mist peeled back in fleshy folds, shadows deepened, bending the space around it. A deafening, sticky squelch like tearing flesh echoed across the hemisphere. Behind it was a darkness that seemed to breathe, vast and unfathomable, a darkness that bent perception. No camera could capture it. No eye on the planet was built to perceive such a biblical event. Without tremor or trumpet, the cloud opened. What lay inside was not lightless, but unknowable. Some say it was a mouth. Some say it was a wound, and from it came the sound again, louder now, clearer. Something wet and vast and pulsing, something impossible. Not breathing, mawing. Across the world, people looked up in unison. Some screamed, some dropped to their knees. Others stood still and watched, transfixed, as the first of the arms descended. Long, tapering limbs like serpents, oily, black, and glistening, emerging from the wound in the sky in slow spirals. Some were miles long, others kilometers. They swam through the air like they were underwater. Languid, elegant, hypnotic, thousands of them, tens of thousands. They moved across the sky like a nest of worms, pouring through a funnel, coiling, searching. One by one, the arms reached down into the earth, slithering through cities, across oceans, over fields. It didn't take long for the first to be taken. A man in Tokyo screamed as an arm squirmed its way around him. His fingers dug into the strange meat as the grip around his waist tightened, pulling him skyward. His cries split the morning air. In a European city, a young couple ran through the streets hand in hand. The woman tripped, an arm twisted around her ankle. Her boyfriend tried to pull her free. The arm retracted, twisting her upwards with such force that his hands tore away from hers. He fell on his back, begging only for the arm to return for him. In a Venezuelan village, a mother was snatched from her courtyard. Her young daughter clung desperately to her leg, screaming for her mother to come back down. Her tiny hands gripped her mother's ankle in desperation to save her, but the child's fingers could not hold. They were ripped upwards hundreds of feet in a matter of seconds. Her mother's body ascended, twisting elegantly like a dancer in midair, but Gravity did not forgive the child. She fell, limbs flailing, hair whipping across her face, colliding with the unforgiving earth. The sickening thump echoed across the village. Some were taken screaming, others laughing, lifted as if ascending to a dark ecstasy. Cultists, convinced of divine favor, threw themselves towards the putrid appendages, arms outstretched, their voices raised in hymns or chants of joy, begging for rapture. The arms took only a few of them with the same cold precision, pulling them upward as their ecstasy transformed into terror mid-flight. Across continents, people fought, clawed, resisted. But it was futile. Each arm performed the same ritual, one human at a time, spiraling upward towards the yawning darkness, then returning to the earth for its next selection. Cities became theaters of chaos. Streets emptied in seconds. Traffic snarled and stalled. Windows rattled under the roar of thousands being drawn skyward as humanity unleashed below. Parents clawed for their children. Children screamed for their parents. People tried to leap from balconies, bridges, rooftops, only to be grabbed mid-fall. Their last moments a tangled dance of limbs and terror. In remote fields, farmers and herders watched as the arms swept across the horizon. Livestock scattered, terrified, the ground shaking under the thrumming resonance of the arms. One farmer caught a glimpse of his wife being lifted, screaming, crying his name. He tried to run, the arm retracted, and she was gone, leaving him kneeling in the mud, screaming into the indifferent sky. Over the first 12 hours, over 40 million were gone, more than the entire population of Canada. By 48 hours, estimates climbed past 90 million. Entire nations devoured by the sky. Children, the elderly, the healthy, the sick. Criminals, priests, lovers, the lost. The arms moved like a living tide, slow but inexorable, elegant in motion but grotesque in function. Each human was treated as a singular prize, twisted upward towards the infinite, the process horrifyingly meticulous. Dr. Finn watched from the bunker as the monitors flared with the streams of objections, faces contorted in panic, joy, or disbelief. She could hear them through the cameras, screams and prayer that layered upon one another like a living symphony of terror. The arms paused briefly over cities, observing, coiling and uncoiling. Their thick veins pulsated. They seemed to savor the fear, and then with chilling patience, they selected again, dragging the living toward the maw. Over the 57 hours, the northern hemisphere emptied in a relentless, mechanical, almost ritualistic harvest. Every arm returned repeatedly to the sky's wound, each human plucked and lifted until the air was thick with echoes of terror and awe. By the final hour, Dr. Finn could only stare at the screens, numb. The arms paused at last, holding their harvests aloft for a long, silent moment as if counting, observing, savoring. And then they began the slow, deliberate retreat, one by one, carrying their captives towards the unknowable darkness that had given them form. Over 4 hours, the sky had closed and survivors emerged from false shelters. The world was left in silence. Only the sound of the drums remained. Thump, 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 thump. Project Cerberus Vale, Field Journal Entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified level Omega. Day 3. 11:11 p.m. The formation opened. An aperture estimated diameter is 3,000 kilometers across. Arms and tongues emerged. Thousands. Movement suggests intelligent, not random. Selection appears non-biological. We can't predict it. I watch them being taken. God forgive me. We tried everything. Interference, signal jamming, sonic weapons. Russia sent a nuke to hell with the aftermath of that. It didn't go off. It was just swallowed by the clouds. The arms, they weren't affected. The world is hollow. The monitors lie dead. The screens frozen with faces I'll never forget. Even the saved recordings fail to convey the scale of what happened. The arms, the screams, the silence that followed. Entire populations taken with the precision of a surgeon, the cruelty of a predator, the indifference of an animal. 90 million or more, perhaps 100 million, I can't be certain. The northern hemisphere is a graveyard with no corpses, and yet the sky is calm, deceptively calm. The wound closed, the drum continues. Always beneath everything, a low, incessant pulse that will not be ignored. On a personal note, I don't know what to do next. Every theory, every module, every calculation is meaningless against this. We're observers of an event where it's remnants, survivors only in a technical sense. In every other way, we're gone. There's nothing to fight, nothing to flee, only to record, to bear witness, and I willed. I will until the end. What else is there to do? Phase 4. The Belch. 1 month and 14 days passed. No arms. No movement from the sky. The cloud remained hanging impossibly still above the Atlantic, like a wound that refused to heal. Most nations had abandoned any attempt to engage with it. Some still broadcast official statements, hollow, robotic, reassurances, but no one was listening. The world had been held in place, breathless, afraid to look up, held hostage by our new God. Cities went dark, markets crashed, faiths fractured, people starved, millions gathered in open fields, begging to be taken. Millions took their own lives in the face of the inevitable. Others locked their doors and prayed to be forgotten. Dr. Myreed Finn stayed. She slept inside the bunker beneath the North Strand climate facility. She hadn't left in weeks. The others were gone. Some taken when the arms descended. Some fled. Some too broken to continue. She kept her notes, her logs, her rituals of data and control, but every day it grew harder to believe that any of it mattered. Finn's console cracked to life at 3:58 a.m. The signal was faint, washed in static, but the voice on the other end was unmistakable.
Finn!
Jonas said, quick and hushed, like he was afraid the sound itself might carry.
Tell me you're awake.
I'm awake. Her voice was brittle. Her syllables clipped. She'd been awake for days. What is it?
I've been tracking something.
He said.
Pressure readings from the South Atlantic buoy network. They're tanking, not a storm, not a current shift. It's like the air itself is leaking.
You've said that before.
Now, this is different.
His breathing was uneven, shaky.
The drop isn't local. It's global. Everything is bleeding towards the cloud. Not winds. Everything. It's pulling like it's
He stopped himself, then said it anyway.
Like it's inhaling.
Finn exhaled through her nose. We don't know that's what it's doing.
I do know.
Jonas shot back, voice tightening.
It's hungry and it's been patient, but Christ, I can't believe we're still pretending this is about data.
It's about survival, Jonas, she said, doubting her own words.
Is it?
Jonas snapped. There was a pause before he spoke again.
We're all dead anyway. It's just a matter of time before it gets hungry again, and when it does...
He trailed off, static filling the gap.
You see the fields. You've seen the ones begging for it to take them. That's not living. That's meat waiting to be picked up.
Stop.
Why?
His voice cracked.
You want the truth, Myri? There's no stopping it. There's no bargaining. We're not even ants to it. Ants get noticed before they're stepped on. This thing...
He stopped abruptly. The next sound, a sharp hiss in the line. Jonas? Silence. She waited another 3 seconds, and then set the receiver down. Her fingers trembled against the console. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and for the first time in her life, she began to pray. She waited. Nothing. At exactly 4:17 a.m., 1 month and 14 days since the cloud arrived, the sky opened again. No warning, no signal, just a sudden shift of the cloud center. Folds drawing back, parting like lips peeling open by invisible hands. The drumming was constant, but this time something new came. The sound began low, wet, rolling like a cauldron of bile tipping somewhere beyond the stratosphere. The pressure dropped, the wind died. Then came a vast guttural exhalation that seemed to surge from the planet's core and shatter the sky above, a noise like the entire sky dry heaving, viscous and phlegm-soaked, the kind of sounds that make the stomach knot before the ears understand. A single cataclysmic guttural bellow that cracked windows on every continent and shattered the upper atmosphere. The ground shook. Tides recoiled and birds fell from the skies. It wasn't just sound. It was a force, a presence, a wave of wet breath and raw heat. Like an open furnace filled with rotting flesh. It swept the globe within minutes. People clutching their heads and screamed as their ears bled. Animals bolted and dropped dead mid-run. Birds fell in flocks. Machines died. Satellites blinked out. Those at the epicenter could only scream as the force burst them into nothingness. And the smell. The stench so vast, so cellular, it soaked through the walls. It crawled into the lungs and stayed there. A taste of spoiled meat, copper. People vomited, others tore at their flesh trying to escape it. Most were dead in seconds. And then came the blood. From deep within the beast, beyond the gauze and the folds of mist, something ruptured. A pressure valve, a gullet, a wound, no one knows. A tidal wave of thick, arterial blood, expelled with such volume and speed that it fell like monsoon rain over half of the globe. Red soaked the ocean and rivers, red splashed across the rooftops and deserts and jungles. Half the earth painted in blood. It steamed where it landed, hot, thick. And it reeked of iron. Something sweet. Something wrong. Some said they heard whispers in the rain. Clouds peeled back, and for the first and only time, the being was seen. Truly, truly seen. For exactly 93 seconds, the sky was clear. Not in fragments, not distorted. It filled the sky. It was the sky, its shape defied thought, impossibly symmetrical, yet shifting as though the universe itself was trying and failing to remember it. The surface was a chaos of textures, pinkish gray, membranes that pulsed with a rhythm older than time, bone plate, ridges spiraling in geometries our mind could not hold, and the spindled nerves that writhed like lightning frozen mid-strike. Each wrinkle, each twitch seemed to hum with awareness, as if the cosmos itself had been stitched into its flesh. Its face, or what passed for one, stared down through a million lidless goat eyes. Some were as vast as mountains, some flickered like dying stars, all simultaneously seeing and knowing. Our thoughts recoiled, our vision trembled, and yet we couldn't look away. And then it did something impossible. It smiled. No teeth, no lips, no gesture that humans could recognize, just a slow, dreadful unfurling of facial tissue, and imitation of something it had only ever observed in our species, a suggestion of amusement aimed at the futility of existence. The motion folded in on itself in ways that should have torn it apart, yet held. We felt it not just in our eyes, but in our blood, in our marrow, in the corners of thought we didn't know existed. And then the sky swallowed itself once more. But the memory lingered. Shapes impossible to describe etched themselves into our minds. Geometry that should not exist haunted our dreams. And the faint, impossible smile echoed in every shadow we ever crossed again. Silence fell. Not peace, but silence. And then nothing. No arms, no sound, Just the repetition of fear felt through the drum of the cloud. The wind returning at last, the stench never faded, never fully gone. The red rain soaked into everything. No government spoke publicly again after that. People stopped going outside. Entire towns were found empty, dead. Others worshipped. Others killed themselves. The world waited. Project Cerberus Vale, field journal entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified. Level Omega. Day 45. 7:02 a.m. It belched. I don't know how else to describe it. It expelled something vast and foul into our atmosphere. Not an attack, not a gesture of dominance, just a function. A bodily function. Like it forgot we were here. The sound I can't put into words. I felt it in the roots of my teeth, in the gaps between cells. It broke something in the sky, and that smell, the smell is still here, clinging to the vents, to my skin. It soaked its way into the bunker. The blood is everywhere. We confirmed it's organic, human, and something else. For 93 seconds, it let us see it. I don't know if we were supposed to. I don't think it cares. I haven't slept since. I don't believe there's anyone left who can read this, but I'm still writing. There's no scientific language left for what's happening. It's not an anomaly. This is a presence. This is an extinction event. Phase 5. Afterbirth. It began to harden. Not all at once, but gradually, day by day, as the blood congealed under heat and rain. The bright red stains that had covered oceans, cities, forests, darkened, thickened with reddish clots. Then, it began to bond. What had first been described as organic blood now revealed itself to be something more. A precursor. A fluid waiting to become. On the 15th day after the belch, the first major surface scan from what remained of the LEO satellites returned images of a continuous sheet forming across the Atlantic basin. Fibrous, pale, rigid in places like cooled wax spread over the surface of the earth. At first it seemed like sediment or ice, but it flexed. Beneath solar radiation, it tightened. Beneath lunar light, it swelled. Seismic equipment registered subtle movements, microscopic contractions, as if breathing through the crust. The red had become a pink-gray, and the pink-gray was becoming skin. A skin that now stretched, uninterrupted, from Portugal to the eastern edge of the Caribbean. The scientists who remained debated this transformation in hushed mechanical tones. No conclusions were reached. There was no baseline, no comparative model. But Dr. Myreed Finn understood. This was not an invasion. It's not a divine punishment. This was gestation. Earth, or what remained of it, was being blanketed in something alive. Not absorbed, not consumed. Prepared. And then at 8:46 p.m., on the 46th day, the cloud moved. It shifted without sound, without storm, without effort. Not blown, not carried, not pulled by gravity. It simply drifted, as if an unseen cord had been cut, as if the process in the West had reached some threshold. It took 6 hours to traverse the ocean, 6 hours of silence. People in Asia and Australia watched it approach, the spiraling gauze blotting out the sky as if it was swallowing it whole. They had seen the videos, they knew what would happen. Still, they watched. Some hoped it would pass. It didn't. At 2:17 local time, the cloud settled above the Indian Ocean. The sky began to open again, and the arms began their terrible descent. Project Cerberus Vale. Field journal entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified, level Omega. Day 46. 11:44 p.m. Cerberus Vale. Final transmission. The blood is not inert. It's a matrix. A forming tissue, something between placenta and a cocoon, still soft in parts but solidifying. Already 3/4 of the Atlantic seafloor is covered in a single sheet. Our instruments can't pierce it. It's warm, pulses every 7 minutes. It's alive. The cloud has moved to the Indian Ocean. Initial signs suggest the process is starting again. Same pattern, same altitude, same shape, same silence. I believe that this is reproductive behavior. A life cycle, this thing or system, entity, it's using the atmosphere to sow itself. It doesn't see us. It doesn't hear us. It doesn't need us. We weren't chosen. We weren't rejected. We were incidentally present. What we thought was an anomaly was a phase, a part of something older and larger, maybe 1,000,000 years old. Maybe eternal, doesn't matter. What matters is what's being left behind. A blanket, a membrane, a womb stretched across the earth. There's no rescue coming. There's no top of the food chain. There's only the shape behind the clouds and what it leaves in its wake. I'm writing this from a world already half covered in skin, already half dead. Tomorrow I'll step outside and feel it for myself. I want to know if it responds. I want to know if it knows I'm here. End of log. Phase 6. Final breath. The surface of the planet is no longer visible. A thick, swirling fog blankets every inhospitable continent, every ocean, rising miles into the sky. It doesn't move with the wind. It ignores the weather. It simply clings, dense, luminous, and unnaturally still. Satellite feeds, what few remain, show the same impossible formations above Earth's surface. Layered mist, spiraling but unmoving. No rotation, no eye. Just folds, just gauze, stacked and suspended. Jonas no longer checks the time. He hasn't for days. His oxygen mask hisses its final shallow breaths, each one thinner than the last. The generators have gone silent. The lights burn only in intermittent flickers, casting the facility in a pulse of dim, ghost-like hues. Every room is empty. Everyone else is dead. Jonas lies flat on the cold concrete floor, cheek pressed against it. One hand spread wide as if to hold the earth steady. His lips move, forming soundless words, but he stops. He doesn't need words. He only needs to listen. Thump, 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 thump. A heartbeat. It was in the cloud. It was in the sky, and now it's here. Beneath his bones, inside the crust, deep in the dark belly of the world. Jonas let out a broken laugh that cracked into a sob. His eyes glisten, unfocused, staring at the ceiling as if he could see through it to the sky above. "There's two of them now," he whispers, barely audible. The fog outside pulses with a faint internal light. Not lightning, not fire. Something vascular. Something alive. His throat tightens. His chest is heavy. The hiss of his mask is a thin trickle of air, barely enough to maintain hope. He pulls it away, lets it fall beside him. The silence rushes in. He smiles, weak and delirious, teeth streaked with blood from biting his tongue raw in his sleep. "We were the womb." Jonas had never been a religious man. He used to scoff at prayer, ritual, but now, on the floor of a dying world, the last man standing, a gun trembling in his hand. He mouthed the words anyway. Fragments of hymns, half-remembered psalms, apologies to no one. He turns the gun on himself, comforted by the realization it will all be over soon. The fog above glows brighter, its folds pulsing with rhythm like veins, like lungs. Jonas closes his eyes, the weight of suffocation pressing him into the floor. His last thought is not of escape, not of resistance. Only awe. Far beyond Earth, in the silence of space, the first cloud drifts on, searching for the new world. The Earth exhales its final breath and becomes something new. October 7th, 2004. Jennifer, friends, and family of Mark. As promised, here are copies of the correspondence I received from Mark over the course of the last month. For the most part, I've merely copied and pasted him from my email application. As you'll read, he requested this, in hopes that you'll better understand why he did what he did. I made this page because it's the most efficient way to share Mark's emails with all of you. I'm not advertising this to anyone, but I do think it'd be wise to pass this URL along to anyone who may need help with the investigation. As I collect more information from various sources, I'll update the page to keep it an accurate record. I have that link at the end of the series as well. If you need to speak with me, Jen has my number. Thank you for your patience, and again, I am profoundly sorry. Eric. September 6, 2004. Eric. Hey man, it's Mark from Houston. The Saturday Night Gang. Feels like a long, long time ago, doesn't it? I found your email from your website. Looks like you're out in LA now. It's cool. I remember telling you that you should be out there doing the California thing. You still with Connie? I'm in Dallas now. Met someone who works in my building. We've been seeing each other for like 2 years now. Well, listen, the reason I'm writing you out of the blue is because I got this newspaper article in the mail. Maybe you got one too. It's about Andrew. Remember Drew? Travis would pick him up most of the time, messy hair, sort of like a fanboy type. I didn't remember his last name until I got this thing, and now it's really disturbing me. You know, do you know what happened? Did you hear about it already? Let me know if you have some time to talk. I can call you, or you can call me, if that works better. I'm going to see if I can track down Travis and Dave. Quick search didn't seem to turn up any leads, but maybe they just don't have websites. If you still talk to them either, let me know. Thanks. Mark. September 4th, 2004. Eric, hey, thanks for the quick reply. I didn't mean to sound cryptic in my first email. I'm just reluctant, I guess. Haven't really seen or thought about Andrew since he stopped showing up for game night, and that was 5 years ago. That was about the time we all went our own way back in 1999. You moved out west, I moved up to Dallas, etc. And then when I got this article in my mailbox, it caught me by surprise. And yeah, I'll transcribe the thing for you. I wasn't sure if maybe you were the one who sent it to me. I'll put it into this email at the bottom. I remember him. He was never the kid with the idea. He was the kid who agreed with yours. Slowest to get the joke, usually laughed at the longest. That's Andrew in a nutshell, yeah. At least that's how I remember him. He got on my nerves sometimes, but damn if he didn't love being part of the gang. He'd ask me for some poker chips on card night or borrow dice from my bag, that sort of thing. Whenever we were playing Tecmo Bowl on your Nintendo, he always wanted to be on my team. It would have been fine if he was any good. Haven't heard from Travis or Drew in years. He fell off. They radar about the same time you do. None of us made much attempts to stay in touch. It's one of those things. It's okay. I wasn't trying to point fingers. It happens, but I was hoping that you had already heard about Andrew, like you'd gotten a copy of the article. I still haven't been able to get a number or email from Travis or Dave. Maybe they know more about this than we do. Andrew usually hitched a ride with Travis most of the time. It was on the way home for Travis. Didn't Andrew live with his mom? Like in an apartment? And his stepdad was like a real estate broker, had that one house way out past Highway 6. You remember that? Andrew was scared to death of that house. Oh, here's the article. There's a photo of Andrew with it. Looks maybe like his driver's license photo. Still had that messy hair. Gunman shoots 2, kills self in Boise restaurant. Diners at the roadside breakfast cafe on Interstate 84 fled to the parking lot in a panic yesterday, when a man entered and began shooting patrons inside, killing 2. The couple, John and Lucy Madsen, were having lunch when 26-year-old Andrew Hughes entered, wielding a Smith & Wesson 95 pistol, according to police. Witnesses claimed that the perpetrator was muttering to himself as he approached the smoking section and opened fire into the first occupied booth, fatally wounding the Madisons. Soon after, he turned the weapon on himself. All three were taken by paramedics to St. Alphonsus Regional Medical Center, where John Madsen and the shooter were proclaimed dead. Lucy Madsen, 37, remained in critical condition for several hours but did not survive the night. Police were investigating Hughes's work and personal background, but as of this morning, a motive for the attack is unknown. If there's more to the article, I didn't get it. That's where it was torn off. The other side is part of a Dillard's ad. It's really bothering me, Eric. What the hell was Drew doing in Boise with a fucking gun? He hung out with us for almost 2 years. I just don't get it. And something else is eating at me. I can't figure it out yet. Mark. September 9th, 2004. Hey, I know how you feel. It's hard to not think of the times that he sat next to us at the table, smiling like a fool, rolling dice, moving his little pieces around the board. He loved Monopoly night. Always wagged his tongue when he counted money. I don't think he realized he did that. It's impossible to think of him shooting up a diner. There's no return address on the envelope. No, the postmark says Idaho, not California or Texas. Not sure if you're already considering this, but it's possible. Whole thing's fake. Some sick practical joke made to mess with your head. You can get newsprint paper for... Yeah, no, I've considered it. I didn't tell you this earlier, but I called up St. Alphonsus and asked if they had a patient named Andrew Hughes admitted in the last month. They had no record of him. I asked if it would show if he's been pronounced DOA. I got transferred to ER, where they kept paramedic records and info on all DOAs, and they have him listed. He showed up on August 28th, died of a gunshot wound to the head. Pronounced dead by ER resident at 3:14 p.m. I asked for contact info like a phone or an address where he might have been living. I got brushed off. Told to call the police for that stuff. The hospital wouldn't give out personal info, or at least not without some signatures. Haven't called the police yet. That's probably the next step. Glad to hear that you and Connie are doing strong, though. Sorry to sort of, dump all of this on you. I just didn't know who else would care to listen. I'll write if anything else comes of this. At this point, I'm thinking maybe Drew's mom sent it to me. Maybe Drew kept track of me when I moved to Dallas, had my address. I'm listed in the book. That would explain the logistics part. I'm overthinking things. Take care. Mark. Hey again, I know it's late or early, depending on how you look at it, but this Andrew thing won't go away. I finally realized what's eating at me, and I need to spit it out. Do you remember what went on just before Andrew stopped showing up for game night at your place? I do. He was gone for 2 weeks because he had to house sit for his stepfather. Mom and stepdad went on a big vacation every summer for like 10 days, and Andrew was just expected to stay behind. He usually just stayed at his mom's apartment, but that year, he was asked to mind that house his stepdad owned. The one out in that old rich subdivision west of Houston. Maybe the guy had a bunch of houses. He was big on real estate, wasn't he? And the guy had inherited this dog from one of his clients, somebody who moved out, didn't want to take the dog with him. I want to say it was an Australian Shepherd. Do you remember any of this? Andrew talked about it the weekend before. Dog had behavioral problems, whined, barked, scratched at the door, pissed on the carpet, didn't want to be inside, always wanted to be outside. Dad kept it in a kennel except when it rained. Andrew was supposed to take care of the dog, plus a few other things like mow the lawn, that sort of crap. But Andrew didn't want to go. Dave got into that argument with him about how it was the perfect setup for a young bachelor. House all to yourself, party time, risky business. And Andrew kept saying it was too cold there for a party. Too cold. I distinctly remember that, and how he would keep asking us to drive out, stay with him for a while he was house sitting. I don't think anybody went out there, did they? I never did. I didn't see him for 2 Saturdays in a row, and then Travis picked him up like usual since he was back at his mom's place. That's the one night with Andrew I remember the most. I bet it's the same with you. It was the most bizarre, frustrating night I had with the group. Andrew walked in quoting some commercial verbatim. I want to say it was a Tide ad. Travis told us that he was like that in the car all the way over. Commercials, shows, movies, radio songs. First couple of hours gaming was like being in the room with the TV on. Then he started parroting us. He just copied something we said. You remember? Tell me you remember this. I could see it in my head so clearly. Oh, and what was his response to another complaint? Okay. Drew, stop quoting Law and Order episodes. Please give the Pontiac commercial a rest. Dude, shut the fuck up and roll your dice. Okay. And then he'd launch into something else a few minutes later. It wasn't just that he would regurgitate that crap, it was that he could take it so far. I mean, whole reams of dialogue that he'd somehow memorized from one throwaway TV episode. Lyrics to entire songs. It went from odd to funny to disturbing in the first hour. Look, I'll come out and say it. Whatever happened in those 10 days, it changed him. He wasn't the same person after that. We all know this. We never talked about it, at least not with me around, but fuck it. If we didn't know instantly that the person who came back from that house was not Andrew. I wrote before that I hadn't thought about Andrew since 99, and that was a lie. You know the way your brain sometimes reminds you of things that you hate to dig up, the ones that sour your stomach? I've thought about him a few times, about that night. Was that the start of the madness, or whatever it is that drove him to shoot up a diner? Were we there to see him first lose his grip? Hey, Jesus, Eric. Why the hell didn't we say anything? September 10th, 2004. Eric. I woke up to the phone ringing this morning. Turned out to be the reporter from the Idaho Statesman. She finally called me back. I tell you, I called to track down the source of the article. Well, she didn't have any new developments in the story, but will continue to follow up with the police. I asked if she had any other details about the crime, stuff that didn't find its way into the article. We sort of went over her notes. Most of it I already knew, but there was one piece of info that caught my attention. She wrote in the article that Andrew was mumbling or muttering to himself when he entered the restaurant, but she didn't put in what he was saying. According to witnesses, he kept repeating, "The door is open." Does that make any sense to you? The door is open? Write me back. Mark. September 12th, 2004. Eric, haven't heard from you, just writing to let you know that I've had a day to put some distance from the whole thing, and I've made a decision. I'm going to drive down to Houston, see if I can find someone in Andrew's family. I once rode with Travis to pick Drew up. I think I know where his mom used to live. From there, maybe I can find stepdad and the house. I've tried the Boise lead already. I called the cops, got more questions than answers, and now some Lieutenant Perez plans to call me back in case he needs more testimony from me, like I know anything. Apparently, Andrew was living alone in a rental up there, working at a Blockbuster Video. It's about all I got from the cops in Idaho, so I'm aiming for Houston. Even driving my own car and a cheapo motel, it's still going to cost me like $200 for the trip. Jenny's worried about me. She'd rather I stay and pretend the police will figure this out on their own, but I have to go down there. Here's why. I think Andrew was afraid of that house for a reason. Whatever that reason was, during those 10 nights, something emptied him. Gutted Andrew like a fish, yoinked out whatever he was inside, or shocked him into forgetting it all away. He was hollowed out. To fill the void, he absorbed any input that he could find. Television, radio, conversation, soaked it up and presented it as Andrew. He could walk and talk, and he wasn't injured, not physically, but he wasn't the same either. There's a gap I need to fill in my head, like the time in that house. I have these pieces of Andrew that don't match. I need something to match. Hell, I'll feel better if something will just make sense. I won't ask you to fly down and join me, but I could use your help all the same. I have some questions that you might be able to answer, so please call me or send me a note if you know any of these. What was the stepfather's name, first or last? What was his mom's name? What was her last name? Was it also Hughes? What was the name of the subdivision where stepdad's house was? I think Andrew mentioned it. I hope I haven't freaked you out too much with this crazy talk. I know it probably comes off sounding absurd, but some of it, or maybe not. You were there for some of this. If you really think I'm off my noggin, tell me. By all means, tell me. I hope to hear from you soon. Mark. Eric, thanks again for calling. I got your email as well, and it mentioned a few things we didn't discuss over the phone, so I want to add. at least a comment or two. What I remember was what Travis told us. A time that he went up to pick up Drew and he had to go up to his room to get him. This is the last time Drew gamed with us. Travis went upstairs to his room and the kid was pacing back and forth by his bed. Everything was all neat and tucked in, but the carpet was worn in a line where Drew was pacing, like it's all he did. Yeah, I remember this too. And the way Travis told the story, like he wanted it to sound funny, but he didn't believe it was. And Dave laughed. He said, man, that dude's a broken record. And we all agreed, nodding and chuckling. Fuck, we all let it go just at that. Like it was easier to write him off. But Travis was the last one to laugh. He'd seen that room with his own eyes. Oh, I really would, but Connie got sick last night and she's still throwing up this morning. I don't feel right about leaving town with her like this. Hey, that's understandable. You stay there. I'll continue to email you on this thing. I can't really talk about Drew with Jenny. She never knew him. She doesn't get why it's so disturbing outside of the horror that took place in Boise. So I keep writing you. Nobody else gets it. Hey, maybe I'll somehow find Travis or Dave while I'm in town. Mark. September 14th, 2004. Eric, made it to Houston. The drive was hell. Traffic and a persistent rattle in the trunk wore me down. The AC unit in my motel room sounds like a submerged Cessna engine. It'll be hard for me to sleep with it on, and impossible with it off. Well, at least the whole internet access bit works, and I'm able to check my email. Tomorrow's a long day. I'll be prowling Braeswood and your old neighborhood to zero in on an apartment complex, the one that I went to once. Joy. Wish me luck, Mark. September 15th, 2004. Eric, great news. I have a solid lead. The whole day felt like I was pulling a string from the sand, but it pointed me in the right direction. These emails are becoming more of a journal for me to, help me log my progress. I hope you don't mind. It took me an hour of driving back and forth around the Gesner and Braeswood area before I zeroed in on the right side street. The landmarks have all changed. I was like 90% sure I'd found the right apartment complex, but I was still grasping air. With no name for Drew's mom and no guarantee her last name was Hughes, I went to the manager's office and I got lucky. Her name is Nancy Hughes, and she stopped paying rent in September of 1999. Drew paid it up for the rest of the lease term, which ended the following February. According to the note in the resident file, he paid in cash. Seems mom moved out or just up and left one day, poof. Andrew was living alone in the apartment then. How he was paying for rent with just a minimum wage job, I showed the manager the article about Andrew, and then I lied. I said that I was a private investigator. I don't know why, maybe just to justify why I was having her dig up rental information from 5 years ago. Anyway, she got off on it and kept rooting around in the Hughes file for me, like a movie sidekick. She found something. It was a third-party check covered rent for December of 1998. Kurt Maloney, thinking this is stepdad. The manager photocopied the check for me, and then 10 minutes later, I was calling the phone number printed with Kurt's address in the upper left-hand corner. No luck. Disconnected. So, I took another approach, and I called 411 for a local realtor service. You could do a search for contact information for a specific realtor. I remember hearing about this from a coworker who'd sold his place in Greatwood. Maloney was listed under a little Remax affiliate office in Katy. I got that number and called it there, left a message. Evelyn, the owner, called me back and said Maloney hadn't worked there in forever. He up and vanished. Left her with all kinds of issues. She thinks that he had financial problems and just bailed for Mexico. I find it hard to swallow a theory told to me in stage whisper, but maybe that's just her personality. Still, that's 2 people gone. Before I thought maybe mom just moved in with stepdad. Now I don't know what the hell to think. The call went on for half an hour as I got to hear the HR nightmare Evelyn went through thanks to Kurt's disappearance. Halting his benefits, freezing the 401k plan, surrendering documents to the police, etc. I finally broke in and asked her about the house. The one out in West Houston that he owned. She got very quiet after that. Took me another 10 minutes to answer her question about who I was, and this time I was honest, upfront about it. I guess it paid off because she believed me, or at least believed in my intentions, and she checked her records. I have the address, Eric. Kurt had his own home in Sugarland, but get this. He was renting a house from a client, way out west near Pecan Grove Plantation. The paperwork was curious since he was supposed to be selling this place, but the previous owners had signed off on it in multiple places like it was no real conflict of interest. She didn't know what happened to the house after it was seized by the bank. Guess I'll find out tomorrow when I drive out there. I'm close, man. I'm real close. September 16th, 2004. Holy fuck. I tried calling you 5 times today, but I got your machine. I really need to talk. Call me soon as you can. Where do I start? The house is still there. It's this generic one-story thing, bricks and siding. It must have been built at the same time as the other homes in the neighborhood, but it just looks older. The roof is scarred in places. The driveway hasn't held up like the others have. Cracks in the pavement. A plank is missing from the side gate. I rang the doorbell. I figured I'd just talk to the new owner. No one answered. Couldn't really hear if it worked or not. The blinds and the curtains of the windows kept me from peeking inside. There was a dusty pickup truck with a warped front fender parked in the driveway. A neighbor across the street saw me checking it out. He talked to me for a while as he watered his shrubs. He hasn't met the person who lives in the house now, or if anyone is living there, really. He remembered Kurt, but not by name, just as the guy who stayed there for a few months. The previous owners, Kurt's clients, didn't live there that much longer. They had all sorts of problems with the house, electrical, heating, that sort of thing. They moved out, left most of their furniture behind. He said they packed into a big RV one day and they just drove off, and he still remembers their names. John and Lucy Manson. September 18th, 2004. Hey, Eric. We're playing phone tag. When you called, I was already on the plane, and when I called back, I guess you were at the hospital again. So really sorry to hear about Connie. Any idea what it is yet? It's food poisoning, something else? What are the doctors saying? I'm in Boise now, yeah. I nabbed a ticket on short notice. I got it on standby. Left my car at the George Bush Airport in Houston. Jen freaked out when I told her. Then she got very terse and said that I should do what makes me happy and hung up. What makes me happy? Christ. I don't know a soul in Idaho. I haven't slept in 2 days. I'm charging everything onto my Visa. No idea how I'm going to pay it off. My watch stopped working yesterday. I got this weird ringing in my right ear. It comes and goes, annoying as hell. Tell you what'll make me happy, closing my eyes and not seeing Andrew staring back at me. What are you going to do once you get there? Do you plan on telling the police the Madsen connection? Do you think the Madsens left something in that house that drove Drew nuts? It killed him for it years later? Seriously, this is fucked up. Yeah, I don't know what to think. Right now it's just a connection. They lived in the same house. The Madsens were there for 4.5 months. Drew was there for 10 days. I have no idea what it means. I'll email you when I figure something out. Feel like I should pass this along to some people, like if there's some help out there, bring in the feds or something. I don't know if anyone else has managed to make the connection you did. And it's an important one to the case. Can I forward your email and contact info to someone? I've been thinking about that, right? Because I was going to ask you to do that for me at first, but now I don't think I'll get that kind of help I need. Let's face it, there are enough unexplained pieces to this thing. I'm going to get 2 kinds of interests, right? Nuts and skeptics. And I wouldn't mind so much the skeptic, except I get this vision in my head of some guy calling Jenny, calling my parents, calling my boss at work, looking to paint the picture of a guy who's lost his mind after hearing that his dead friend went nuts. I really haven't been totally honest with Jenny or my supervisor at the office because this is not something you can easily explain. I'm calling in sick to work. I told Jen that I had to go to Boise to attend a pseudo wake. I don't want that to bite me in the ass while I'm looking in Andrew's past, you know. Here's what you could do for me, though. You can hold on to this stuff as evidence or whatever. If something crazy happens and I'm in trouble, use this to explain the situation for me. Forward emails to my friends or family. Maybe if they read them, He'll understand what I'm going through. I know you didn't mean to inherit this job. I'm sorry to make you do it, but I really appreciate the help. Mark, in Potato Land. September 20th, 2004. Update. I called the hospital, the one where Andrew was taken back to in August, asked some pointed questions about where Andrew's body went, who picked it up. Did a relative or a friend show up? Answer was no, but he was tagged with John and Lucy. And I kept demanding some sort of lead, so the intern gave me the names of the relatives who were called to confirm the IDs of the Madsons and to arrange for funeral home delivery. John's cousin lives out here. I'm about to head out, meet Greg Archer, cousin, and his wife. I'll write again in the hotel. Mark. September 20th, 2004. Back, that was strange. I met the Archers. I know what you said last time I called, how I need to stop lying because it'll make it harder for me later, but I wasn't about to tell them I'm a good friend of the guy who killed Greg's cousin. Said that I knew the Madsons when they were in Houston. I had some burning questions about what happened to them, as I claimed they practically dropped off the map when they left town. Hadn't heard from them since. Greg did most of the talking. His wife Helen was pleasant in that stiff smile way, but she found ways to interrupt my chat with Greg and reminded him of other things he needed to get done. The more she did it, the more I encouraged Greg to keep chatting. The Madsons, as he tells it, had a long future plan in Houston. John got a transfer to Schlumberger Oil and looked forward to settling down. Then things started to go wrong after they moved in. Just little things that piled up. The car kept getting flat tires. Lucy broke her ring finger while futzing with the dishwasher. Trouble getting mail, their phone getting disconnected when they didn't pay the bill for 2 months, a bill that they never got. That sort of thing. Finally, something happened. Greg doesn't know what. It was enough to get them to put the house on the market. And that same week, John sold all his company stock, gutted his 401k, quit his job, put everything into a big RV. He and Lucy drove off in their new motorhome, and they never looked back. They'd been driving around the country the last 5 years, nomadic. Lucy got pregnant in 2002, but miscarried. They still kept on the road. Greg thinks that they would have just kept driving through Idaho if the RV hadn't broken down with an AC problem. Greg says John called him up out of the blue, asked if he and Lucy could stay over. But Greg made the guest room up, and he and Helen welcomed them into their home for a week. This was right before the shooting. But here's where it gets stranger. Greg took me up to the guest room and pointed to some spots on the carpet. Right in front of the closet door. Furniture footprints, like something had stood there. Greg says it was the dresser, the one against the opposite wall. They barricaded the closet door for the duration of their stay. It was the strangest thing. He also noted they kept the bedroom light on around the clock and bundled up with the spare set of woolen blankets from the bed. Greg never found the right way to ask a number of questions. I think he felt a little better talking to me about it. I'm not his cousin, but I'm someone who listened to him and agreed it was bizarre. I left Greg and Helen's not feeling any better. I feel worse now. In fact, I ache the way you're sore right before you get really sick. I'm trying to put things together. I really am. I have to go to the police now, don't I? I'll go first thing in the morning. I promise, Eric. September 21st, 2004. Hey. I just saw this thing on the Discovery Channel, probably a rerun. I bet you can catch it sometime. All about natural predators and stuff. Wild things. I'm up watching TV since I can't sleep. Anyway, they had this thing on the Venus flytrap talking about how it lures in the curious insect to its lip, and then these invisible hairs or something, they sense when one of the suckers lands on it, and wham, it swallows the bug, just like that. Later on, it spits out the skeleton of the fly, and it waits for the next victim. It's a type of flytrap plants emit this odor to entice more food, says the voice on the TV. The fancy name for them is Dionaea muscipula. So, I wonder if that's all this is. The whole thing with the shooting and the anomalous article in Houston and the footprints on the carpet. It's all to get me into the Venus flytrap. Only the scent isn't a sweet sap, it's guilt. It's guilt over all those times that I was around Drew and I didn't do anything, you know? Know what I mean? And I'm flying all over the fucking country and my head's buzzing and I think I'm getting close to the truth, but really I'm tickling some invisible hair and the ground is about to fold up on me and swallow me down into that place where Nancy Hughes and Ken Maloney wait. I'm gonna go take some sleeping pills. Oh, Connie's going better, man. I miss Jen. She has a way of making me feel like I'm home just by being around her. I'm tired of motels. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm so sorry. Mark. September 21st, 2004. Eric, bingo. I went to the police and I asked to talk to Lieutenant Perez. Instead, I got Detective Sokolov. Said he was working on the Hughes case now. I'm more inclined to think that he was just running interference for Perez in case I was a wacko. Anyway, I told him about the Madsen connection and Andrew to see if that would help. He said that they'd look into it. Then he started with questions about me, and I looked for a way to cut the chat short. Police stations make me uncomfortable. The rest of the talk was rather banal, but at the end of it, almost offhandedly, he asked if I wanted to sign for Andrew's personal effects, since they had copies of all the important stuff. I said sure, even though it made me feel like they'd already written off this case. Drew's been busy the last 4 years, okay? He has driver's licenses from Kansas, Colorado, Arizona, California, and Idaho. Looks like he's stayed at friends' homes because none of the addresses point to the licenses have apartment numbers. His Idaho license is just 2 months old, and it has the address of the rental home where he stayed. I'm going to drop by this afternoon and see what happened to this thing there. Maybe there's a clue on how he knew where to find the Madsens, or why he shot him. Perez, or somebody, has done this already, I'm certain, but I'm not sure he looked very far. Wish me luck. Mark. September 21st, 2004. Standing in front of the house now. It's the same one. The Houston house. It's the same marks on the roof, same fence damage. September 21st, 2004. Just talked to the old man across the street. He says the house has been here for years. Rented out as far back as he can remember. September 21st, 2004. I rang the doorbell, no answer. It's exactly the same, Eric. I don't understand. September 21st, 2004. Ears ringing again. I don't know what to do. How is it the same? September 21st, 2004. There's a way into the house. Here. September 21st, 2004. Where are you? Pick up the phone. September 21st, 2004. I'm going inside. September 21st, 2004. Inside the house, nobody's here. Air is cold. It has like a metal smell. September 21st, 2004. I found stairs. Going up. Didn't see a second story from the street. September 21st, 2004. Did you call? The signal cuts off. 3 bars, then no bars. I'm looking for more of Drew's stuff here. Layout's really bizarre. There's like a lot of rooms. September 21st, 2004. Door at the end of the hall made of metal. Checking other rooms instead. September 21st, 2004. I found something. Drew's backpack. Getting out of here now. September 21st, 2004. I think someone's here. I just heard something. September 21st, 2004. The door is open. September 27th, 2004. Hello, Eric. This is Jennifer. I'm on Mark's PC now. I did like you suggested. I've looked through his outbox. I didn't see any emails about this to anyone else. There aren't that many, really. He didn't tell me a lot of this stuff. Eric, like now, I'm reading the last thing he sent you back on the 13th. I didn't know he was so emotional. Why didn't he tell me about this? But anyway, like you said, he wrote to you from his laptop when he was in Houston and Boise. And the police up there said they found that in his hotel room. And they're taking their own sweet time checking it out for clues. So yeah, I'll keep asking for that to be sent down. Where else should I look? I don't know what else to do here except wait until you come down and look at it. He does have AIM, but I can't tell where the chat logs would be saved or anything if he's done that. So please tell me what else I can do. You know more about what he's up to than anyone else. Because of this old friend the two of you had who went crazy, and now Mark's missing for almost a week? Please send me the other emails he sent you. Please. I want to know now. Jen. October 1st, 2004. Undeliverable mail. Unknown user. Original message as follows. Human arm and leg bones found on street. Scottsdale resident got a shock at the sight of their morning commute when they found what seems to be human bones lying on the road on Sage Drive. Crime scene technicians arrived within half an hour to begin the sweep for the search for more evidence that might help identify this human victim, or at least establish an approximate time of death. Police spokesman Daniel Swift said bone evidence alone isn't usually enough to determine identity or even cause of death. These remains don't just appear in the road. They were moved here, Swift said. Therefore, we are asking witnesses to contact the police with information that might pertain to what happened. No other evidence was found along Sage Street or in yards of neighboring homes. More on this story as it develops. Whoever you are, whatever you are, fuck you. I may not know you, but I can tell what this is, and I'm not fooled. Your Venus flytrap game won't work. I'll make damn sure to warn Jenny and others too, so nice try, but no one's falling for your bait this time. It stops here. There's a building at the edge of my university's campus that no one will acknowledge exists. I spent months trying to figure out why. I still don't have a clear answer. I go to this university. It's a mid-sized state university in New Jersey. I'm still a student there. If you also go there and you know what I'm talking about, you'll know why I'm not using the school's full real name. But I want to be upfront about something before I start. I don't have proof of most of what I'm about to write. What I have is a building that exists, and institutional silence around it that feels deliberately maintained, and a collection of secondhand accounts from people who have no reason to coordinate their stories. Whether you believe any of the rest of it is entirely up to you. This is about the Triad Apartments, and the fact that you've almost certainly never heard of it, even if you've been a student there for years. That's exactly the point. I've been at this university for going on 3 years. I've done the campus tour, sat through orientation, lived in the dorms, and talked to more RAs and housing staff than any normal person would. In all that time, not once, from nobody, in no context, did I ever hear the name Triad Apartments mentioned. Not in the housing portal, not in the campus map, PDF, the one that gets handed out to every incoming freshman. Not in the Savitz Hall, which contains the housing office. Nowhere. I only heard about it by accident. Junior year. Someone from my floor mentioned it in passing quietly, almost like they weren't sure they should be saying it, and then immediately changed the subject. When I asked them to elaborate, they looked genuinely uncomfortable and said something like, "It's just a thing people say. I don't actually know." That was enough to make me curious. I wish it hadn't been. First thing I did was try to find it on a map. Pull up Apple Maps right now, search Triad Apartments, try Google Maps, try the official interactive campus map on the university's website, look through the PDF they gave to every incoming student, listing every building and a parking lot on campus. It's not labeled. Not on any of them. The building, which physically exists, tucked on the far obscure edge of campus, far away from every other dorm, apartment, even academic building. I stood in front of it, and it does not appear on a single publicly accessible map of the university. Every other residential building is labeled, every dining hall, every academic building, every surface lot. Triad is simply absent, like somebody went through and very deliberately made sure it wouldn't appear. So I started asking around, carefully, and to people I trusted. Here's what the process looked like. I asked an RA, someone I've known since freshman year, someone I genuinely like, if he'd ever heard of Triad Apartments. He paused for just a beat too long before saying he hadn't. When I asked, he said he'd heard the name maybe once, but had no idea where it was or what it was used for, and that I should probably ask someone in the Savitz office. So I asked someone in the Savitz. She told me they weren't familiar with that building name and asked if I was sure I had the right campus. When I said yes and described roughly where I'd been told it was located, she said they'd look into it and get back to me. They never did. I asked a second housing staff member, framed it differently, said I was looking into the history of campus residential buildings for a class project. She told me there were some older residential facilities that were no longer in use and pending evaluation, and that I should submit a records request if I wanted formal documentation. The way she said it was practiced, like she'd said that exact sentence before. I submitted the records request. The response I received weeks later stated that the building had been decommissioned from residential use due to recurring infrastructure concerns, including drainage issues and confirmed presence of environmental hazards. That was it. No dates, no details, no indication of when it was decommissioned or what happened to the students who had been housed there. Drainage issues, environmental hazards, a whole residential complex scrubbed from every map, and that's the official answer. Here's where to find it, as I think you should know. Walk past Business Hall, the academic hall that's furthest out and closest to Triad. Keep going past the last legitimate parking lot on that side of campus, the one that's weirdly still operational. Cars still parked in it, maintained, just sitting there with no obvious foot traffic. Cross the train tracks. Keep walking. There's nothing out there pointing you in any direction. No signs, no pathway, marking, no lighting. Most people who wander that direction assume they've reached the edge of university property and they just turn back. If you keep going, Triad's there. 3 connected apartment-style buildings tucked away, like something the campus is trying to face away from. No other residential buildings anywhere near it. Nothing around it at all. It takes real effort to get there, and even more effort to convince yourself you're going the right direction when there's nothing confirming that you are. The first time I found it, I stood there for a long moment just trying to absorb the fact that this was a real place that real students had presumably lived in, and that essentially no one on campus knew it existed. What follows is what I've been told. I want to be honest, I can't verify most of it. Some of it's pieced together from multiple people's accounts. Some of it might be exaggerated or wrong, or the kind of story that gets reshaped with each retelling. I'm putting it here because I've now heard enough consistent versions of it from enough unconnected people that I don't know how to write it off. Triad used to house students normally. At some point, the timeline's fuzzy, I've heard anywhere from the early 2010s to closer to 2017. It quietly stopped. No students were assigned there, no announcement was made, it just dropped off the housing portal and nobody was given a reason. What some people say happened next is that the building was repurposed, not officially, not under any name that would show up in a university communication or press release. The word that comes up most when people talk about it is isolation. Students who were flagged for mental health crisis, for behavioral issues, for things that aren't specified, were reportedly brought to Triad and held there. Not as punishment exactly, more like containment. A 2-week minimum. You couldn't leave, you couldn't reach your family normally. The family supposedly got a form letter, something about voluntary wellness support, something that didn't say where their kid actually was. Now, I want to be clear. This is a rumor. This is what people say. I have not spoken to anyone who was personally held there or who will admit to it, but I've now heard this specific detail, the 2-week minimum, the form letter, the deliberate vagueness from 3 different people on 3 separate occasions. They don't know each other. They used almost identical language. Now, the rest of the story, the part that gets whispered, the part where things get dark, I'm going to tell you plainly, and I'm going to tell you it again, that I don't know if it's true. In 2020, when COVID hit and the university emptied out, something happened in Triad. Now, accounts vary on the specifics. Some say a resident who had been held there for far longer than 2 weeks finally broke under the isolation. Some say what happened was violent. Some say 2 other students in containment, a young man and a young woman, didn't make it out, killed by the rogue student. Their names are not something I'm going to write here, not because I don't believe the people who have told me, but because if any part of this is true, well, they deserve more than a Reddit post. After that, the story goes, the building was fully shut down, staff gone, project ended, and whatever records connected students to Triad were quietly dealt with. The official answer, if you can even get one, is flooding, mold, COVID delaying demolition. Pick whatever throwaway excuse feels least satisfying because they've apparently cycled through all of them, depending on who's asking. Now, here's the thing about flooding and mold. Those aren't reasons to erase a building from every map. Those aren't reasons for 3 different housing staff members to give 3 slightly different non-answers when a student asks a simple question. Flooding doesn't explain why an RA who's been at the school for 4 years got quiet when you asked about the name. I went out there at night once. I won't do it again. It's not cinematic. It's not the kind of scary that makes a good story. It's the kind of wrong that's harder to describe. The wrongness of a place that should have people in it and doesn't. The parking lot behind you is still functional. There are cars in it, and then you cross those tracks and the ambient noise of the university just stops. No voices, no distant music from a dorm window, no hum of anything, just the buildings and the dark and the feeling that you've stepped slightly sideways from the campus, you know. The building itself just felt wrong. It seemed barely like a student apartment building at all. From its shape to its white color, it was more reminiscent of a psych ward than anywhere a student was meant to live voluntarily. The way even the building itself was nearly a 10-minute walk beyond the next university-owned building, which is a lot of campus like ours, where every dorm and academic building is crammed, sometimes not even a minute walk from the next building, as if the school itself was trying to hide it like a twisted secret. It all gave off an eerie, almost, dare I say, haunted vibe. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes. I was looking at the windows, not really sure what. This was at least supposed to be an abandoned building. On the 3rd floor, a light came on. It wasn't a normal room light. It was the dim, sickly yellow of a flickering fluorescent. In that light, I saw a silhouette. He was standing perfectly still, face pressed against the pane, just watching the parking lot. Watching me. Not like someone looking out, but like someone trying to see if there was still a world outside. I didn't look like a ghost exactly. It looked like someone who'd forgotten how to be human. Didn't move until I did, and when I took a step back, it vanished. And the light cut out instantly. No click, just darkness. I turned around to run and almost tripped over it. A grave of sorts on the other side of the road. On it, a cross, flowers, glass shards, a name. Other trinkets. I jumped, spun around to face the Triad building once more. Another light was on, this time on a different floor, a different side. I ran. I didn't want to see who else was watching. Other people have seen the lights, sometimes shadows too. I've now talked to 5 students, different years, no connection to each other, who have independently mentioned lights in Triad's windows. Not every night, not on any schedule anyone can identify, but moving, upper floors, past midnight. The university's official position, as best I can tell, is that the building is decommissioned and awaiting next steps, which could mean anything, which might mean nothing. Or it might mean that whatever Triad was used for, if the rumors are even close to true, it isn't entirely finished yet. That somewhere out there, past the train tracks, past the operational parking lot that exists for no obvious reason, past everything that marks the edge of the campus you're supposed to know about, something is still happening in a building that officially doesn't exist. There are people who say they can still feel the people who died in there. I mean, not like a ghost story, more like some places hold things, like the weight of what happened in a space doesn't fully leave just because the people involved are gone, if they're even truly gone at all. Like Triad has been holding something since 2020 and nobody's let it out. The lights come on, nobody explains them, nobody comes to check, and the university, as far as I can tell, would prefer you never went looking in that direction at all. I don't know for sure what happened there, what's still happening out there, if anything at all, and I don't think I'm going to find out. I'm not sure I want to anymore. But I think you should know it's there. I first saw the deer a week ago. My boyfriend and I were hiking last weekend. It was our anniversary, and we finally had some time off work to spend some time with one another. My boyfriend, Aaron, was so excited. He'd grown up in the mountains, and so he loved the idea of us heading out to his hometown to hike. It was sweet, seeing him this happy. We'd been in a bit of a slump in our relationship because of work. He'd been out on nights, and I still work days, so we rarely saw each other. We tried our best to see each other at home, but it was hard. This is exactly what we needed, some quality time together. You're going to love this place, he had told me in the car. I promise. God, I wish that was true. It didn't take us long to reach his hometown. Smooth sailing, all things considered. Traffic was light, sun stayed up throughout, and the tunes were on point. It was your standard rural town, quiet and reserved. The place adorned with adorable little mom-and-pop shops and a miniature fountain in the center. We found this cute little cabin on the outskirts of town. It was small, but unbelievably cozy when you put the fire on. One thing that stood out to me was that the place was littered with huge pine trees. Aaron told me how proud he was when he climbed one of them as a kid. I shrugged it off. I mean, it's a tree, but holy shit. I understood how amazing of a feat this was now. These things were massive. They pierced through the clouds like giant shards of green. My neck killed after watching them for so long. I'd never seen trees this big before. It was like they kept rising and never stopped. There were tons of snowy mountains too. They encircled the town like a mighty wall, protecting it from outside dangers. It was simply breathtaking, much different than the desert I grew up in. His parents still lived there, so we went to their place for dinner when we finished unpacking. They were a lovely couple. I hadn't eaten that well in a while. His mom made a spicy meatloaf, and I ate so much of it I had to pop my belt afterward. Aaron couldn't handle the spice, so it was hilarious seeing him gulp down liters of water in between each tiny morsel. His face was flushed after, and so was his dad's. They looked so much like each other. Once dinner was finished, we all sat in their living room nursing glasses of wine. Aaron drank the rest of his water. We left around 8 p.m. I can still remember it because we wanted to head back before it was totally dark. The sun was setting, plunging the streets into shadow. The moon had been up for a while, and now it began to shine beautifully against the darkening blue of the twilight sky. Street lamps hadn't been switched on yet, so we had to drive slowly and be on the lookout for people or animals. The lights from the shops became pinpricks in the rearview mirror, and eventually, we reached the western outskirts of the town. I was lucky that Aaron knew the roads inside and out. I would have crashed as soon as we reversed out of his parents' driveway. We were quiet on the trip back. I think we didn't know what to talk about. "Oh, I'm full." Aaron's voice broke the silence. "Yeah, me too." I gave a soft laugh. The car was noiseless again before we both spoke at the same time. "You okay?" We matched each other. For the first time in a while, the pair of us laughed together. It was gentle, but genuine. It was nice. "Yeah, I'm okay," I giggled. "You?" "Yeah, not bad." Aaron chuckled to himself, hands relaxing on the wheel. The silence wasn't as tense anymore. We knew we were tired, that's all. "The trail's gonna look so pretty tomorrow," he chirped, that big smile of his returning to his face. I was going to say something when he immediately stuck his arm out and hit my chest, creating a barrier to hold me back. He stomped his foot on the brake, hard. He had held his arm out across my chest to keep me from plummeting forward into the windshield. It was abrupt. I fell into his arm and had the air knocked out of my lungs. When the car jolted to a stop, I snapped backwards against the seat, narrowly avoiding banging the back of my head into the headrest. Aaron's arm was still shielding my chest when he fell backwards. Luckily, his head missed the headrest like myself, and he slowly leaned his neck back to put his head against the leather. We sat there, panting after the sudden stop. Aaron was looking forward, eyebrows furrowed, and his mouth contorted into an open scowl. "It came out of nowhere," he muttered under his breath. I stared onwards, eyes fixated on the object in the road. It was a deer. She was an average doe, and she had pretty white freckles dotted on her back. She wasn't looking at us, though. Her head was facing the road ahead of us. Her ears were completely still, not even a quiver at the sound of the car screeching to a halt. "A deer?" I gasped. Aaron had his lips pressed into a tight, thin line. I noticed his chest wasn't rising, and then came to the realization that he was holding his breath. His eyes were wobbling, tears forming. He hadn't blinked once since he slammed the brakes. In fact, he hadn't moved. "What?" he murmured in a wispy voice. He was breathless. I watched him with wary eyes, awaiting his reaction. I'd never seen him this fearful before. It reminded me of a child staring into his closet when he heard a bump in the night. We sat there for another few seconds before I decided to take action and honk the horn. Looking back, I think this was the worst thing I have ever done. I pushed Aaron's arm toward him and I pressed harshly down on the horn, a quick beep echoing into the woods. I waited. The doe didn't move. I furrowed my brow and started to feel strange discomfort in my skin. It's as if I'd done something stupid, hell, even illegal. This awful feeling ran up my neck. I was scared of a deer, of all things. The woods were pitch black by that point, and this unease made me want to head home as soon as we could. Aaron was obviously shaken. I hated feeling so afraid. So out of embarrassment and anger, I yelled. I fucking yelled at the deer. I moved back over to my side of the car, put down the window, I leaned out of it and yelled with as much power as my lungs could muster, "Move!" Fear definitely put some power behind my voice. As soon as the words left my lips, a rough hand dragged my shoulder back into the seat of my car. I looked back with confusion only to see a horrified Aaron glaring at me. He put the window up and hissed, "What the hell are you doing?" "It's a deer," I snapped back, desperate to get away from the road and head home. "You haven't scared off a deer before?" Aaron shook his head in disbelief and turned back to the animal. I did so too, hoping that the deer had taken the hint and galloped back off into the undergrowth. I hadn't even flinched. The thing was still stuck there, neck twisted to the side, and thin legs pinned straight. The dread washed over me, sending a horrible shiver down my spine. Maybe it was death? Then, as if it heard me think, the deer ran off in the most awful way possible. It made me recoil so far back in my seat, I was practically moving the chair back. It kept its legs straight It lolloped back into the bushes like a crappy stop-motion movie. The deer kept its head facing away from us, bobbing back and forth. It looked like a spring bouncing around after you pull it back and let it go. It was jarring seeing an elegant creature moving in such a disjointed way. It was slow, too, taking its time to carefully plod back into the woods. Aaron and I looked at it disappear into the abyss of the pines, eyes wide with disgust. He continued to stare at the animal before I had to shake him out of whatever trance he was trapped in. He shook his head and thrust the car into first gear, the pair of us eager to get into the cabin. It took another 10 minutes for us to reach it. Aaron was driving slightly above the speed limit, but I didn't blame him. I kept thinking about any logical reason as to why the doe had behaved like that. When we eventually arrived, the pair of us speed-walked inside and locked the door. Aaron double-checked all the windows were locked, and we stayed the night snuggled up in our bedroom watching a random drama on my laptop. The thought of the deer was fading now, my consciousness nailing the whole thing down to tiredness. I'd seen weird deer before. The idea of one being deaf or injured made more sense to me than it being anything unnatural. It was our anniversary tomorrow, and that was the main thing on my mind. Aaron, however, was twitchy all night. He was the one driving, so I could understand why he was unsettled. He's a good driver, and I guess he was shocked he didn't see the deer earlier. The next morning was much better. Aaron woke me up with a breakfast in bed, much to my delight. He seemed much more calm than the night before. There was still a hint of nervousness behind his eyes, but I shrugged it off. I can't describe the happiness I felt just being there with him. The pair of us set off around 1, and the hike was supposed to last us for at least 2 to 3 hours, depending on how long our breaks would be. It was supposed to be a wonderful couple of hours in nature. It was much longer than that. We told Aaron's parents that we'd be done by 4, and we'd left a key under the doormat outside. We also told them which trail we were heading on, so they knew where we were if the worst would happen. They told us to look out for mountain lions, which we assured them we would. I was eager to get out there, despite last night's events. It had been a while since I went hiking, but with Aaron by my side, I knew it was going to be a safe but fun trip. The first half of the trek was perfect. We walked around the forest, the great pines covering the mossy floor in shadow. The place was teeming with life, with squirrels dashing past our heads in the trees and birds chirping sweet songs in our ears. Aaron tried whistling back to little response. Guess my pitch was off, he chuckled. I gave it a go, and surprisingly, a couple of birds twitted back. Aaron feigned shock and snatched me up before running with me down the trail, shouting, "You can't have her! And she's mine!" I was in complete stitches and laughing even harder with bewildered hikers walking past us, eyebrows raised, some giggling at our frantic display. At the end of the first half of the hike, we were rewarded with a scene of a beautiful lake. It was around there we stopped for a quick break. We sat on the side of the trail, watching the sun shimmering on the surface of the water. There were people all over it. Some were on canoes, some were windsurfing. Quite a lot of people swimming, actually. I could see the little heads bobbing around in the water. I took 20 pictures of the place. We stayed there for a while before we set off back down the trail. The sun wouldn't go down for a while, so we took our time. I had completely forgotten about what happened last night. Aaron seemed a little bit on edge, but he was still grinning ear to ear. Sometimes I'd see him look behind us. He disguised it as looking at me, but I kind of knew the real reason. The thought of that deer was still playing in his mind. In hindsight, I should have been more cautious, too. Aaron lived here all his childhood, so he knew what was normal around those woods. If Aaron was still anxious, I should have been, too. The trail was still relatively busy. It was still early afternoon, so most people probably started hiking then. We'd walk past them, greeting fellow travelers. We could hear them behind us chatting about work or whose birthday it was that week, normal things. We had less than a half an hour left on our way back, and Aaron texted his parents to let him know. I looked up at the pines. The sun's rays tried their hardest to shine through the dense needles, showering the floor with little pinpricks of light. Then I heard a voice. It came from somewhere. I originally thought it came from in front of us. It could have been a hiker coming up the trail. The voice was faint, hardly above a whisper, although I would call it more of a groan. It was a rattling sound. I didn't think anything of it and waited to see who was walking up the trail. We went on, smiles still stretched across our faces. Unfortunately, no one ever walked past. I could see Aaron tense his shoulders. He stuck his hand out and waggled it, prompting me to take it. I sped up, walking closer to him, holding his hand. He didn't look down at me, but he acknowledged my presence with a squeeze of my hand. I was going to turn and see if someone was messing with us, but Aaron squeezed my hand again and looked at me with big eyes. He gave a soft shake of his head and gestured with his eyes to remain looking ahead. The voice grew louder the more we walked. It wasn't exactly saying much, just a bunch of babbling. Sharp breaths punctuated every syllable. It kept changing its intonations, too. One moment it would be as happy as a child, letting out stifled giggles. Other times it would be nervously whimpering. Sometimes it would be angry, like letting out growls and cut off yelps. It was almost as if it was speaking to us from all angles. Sometimes hisses would come from the left. Some gasps would come from the right. It wanted us to look at it. It got colder. The sun was still high in the sky, but a grim, cold wind had picked up, and I ended up having to put my hands in my pockets. We entered an area where there was debris on the ground, needles and sticks, that kind of thing. We walked a bit faster through this part, hoping to reach the exit as quickly as possible. We had to be less than 15 minutes away now, so we were close. Along with the crunching underfoot, the voice followed us. It's getting more vocal now, yipping and letting out whoops. Couldn't tell if they were happy screams or annoyed screams. It was close to us, though. Horribly close. A rancid smell had started to permeate the air. Rotten meat with a hint of ammonia. Last time I smelled something like that, I went camping with my dad. Shot a buck right behind me. I can remember the sound of the bullet going past. Didn't even do anything with its corpse. He just slept by it for 3 nights. And that dreadful smell grew. I didn't sleep a wink. Instead, I watched it every night, imagining it jerking to life and taking its revenge. At the time, I wanted it to. It's one of the last times I ever went camping with him. Thankfully. All drunk. Coming from all sides. I wanted to look, I really did. Aaron, however, kept a hand on my back and was almost pushing me along, so I kept looking forward. I wanted someone to come past us, a regular person, just so we had some company to prove that this wasn't real. Then we found out where the voice was. A loud snap of a twig echoed from right behind us. It caught us off guard. We halted to a stop. Whatever was following us did as well. My heart hammered hard against my chest. It had been behind us the entire time. It had ceased its warbling and now was completely silent. There was no breathing. There was nothing. I looked over at Aaron, pleading. He looked back at me, eyes locked on my face. His breathing went quiet and he mouthed, "Don't," to me. I returned my gaze to the road ahead and swallowed. I saw a marker on the left of me. We were close. I could probably sprint to the exit. I was running through each of the signs and where they were when I heard a sound that sent an ice-cold shiver down my back. The voice was horribly familiar, yet so alien. It was my own voice, deep and gravelly. It was like whatever was behind us drawing out the sounds, testing its ability. Aaron bristled at the sound with a grimace. It sounded so much like me, except it was throaty and aged. It tried again with a higher pitch. It sounded more like me, but not quite. The foul smell lingered, almost making me gag. It smelled so pungent and strong. I believe now that the smell was its breath. We didn't really smell anything like that before the voice came, and it must have been so close to us that we began to pick up on the scent. I don't know. My eyes made their way to Aaron's, who was looking back at me with fear that I'd never seen before. He mouthed to me, "Run." That was all I needed. Before Aaron could react, I had already began sprinting down the trail, running as fast as my legs could carry me. I jumped over the roots of the tree, trying not to fall. I heard Aaron behind me, his feet stomping against the ground. Soon my legs were aching and my heart was desperately thudding, trying to keep up with the fact that I was sprinting for a while. I mean, I'm a desk jockey. I do zero cardio, okay? I ran and ran and ran. I kept frantically looking for the markers. Hell, I was looking for the exit. Nothing but the endless rows of pine trees and the odd bushes dotted around. I had to stop. I didn't know where I was, and the sound had gone quiet. Surely it would be okay for me to turn around. So I slowed to a stop, legs wobbling from the adrenaline. I turned around, and I scanned the area. Aaron was nowhere to be seen. I lost him. My stomach dropped to the fucking floor. I spun around and watched. He was nowhere. How had I gone the wrong way? The trail was one road. I didn't change trails or reach any crossroads, but somehow I managed to go further into the woods. It was impossible for me to not be at the opening. I took in huge gulps of air and started to shoot my head around and yell out for air, and my throat hurt so much. It was useless, really. My mind began to race. I had to figure out how to find the exit. I stood up and breathed in. "Aaron!" My blood froze. In my panic, I totally neglected the fact I wasn't alone. The voice was ridiculously close to mine now, and the only thing holding it back from being an identical copy was the fact that it hadn't nailed down my accent. This voice had something akin to something with a Valley Girl accent trying to do a Southern one. It was a terrible impression, but it genuinely sounded like something I would come out with. Then the next sound it made caused me to jump so far in the air my knees cracked when I landed. It made the sound of a car horn honking. It was so ear-piercing and loud, my ears rang afterwards. It was short and punchy, like a little pip you'd do if the person in front of you hadn't moved when the lights go green. I would have laughed at that. It's a car now, I would have thought. Instead I thought, it's our car now? The warning beep it had given the deer that night just rang out in the middle of the woods. It did it again, louder this time. I think it was trying to make me scream or something because it kept making me jump when it did it. It kept on hopping from one place to another, searching for me. When it was closer, I backed up to one of the pines and held my breath. For all I knew, it could have been behind me. I just breathed. I kept my eyes forward like Aaron told me to and breathed. In, out, in, out. That's all I could do. The place went silent again, fear swirling in my stomach. I thought it found me. Then I felt something touch my shoulder. The fingers were long, and they buried themselves into my flesh. Slowly, my eyes crept towards the hand until eventually I found the arm. It went up above me, and when I saw what was there, I nearly screamed. There, crouched on one of the bigger branches of the pine, was Aaron with a finger to his lips. He held out his hand and braced himself against the branch, moving from a crouch to a seated position. I grabbed the hand hard, pushing myself upwards and towards the branch just below him. My right foot made it onto the branch, and I reached up with my left hand. Aaron pulled me upward, careful not to fall himself. Just as I thought I'd made it safely onto the branch below, my foot slipped. I smashed my knee against the bark. I bit back a yelp and I bared my teeth. Holy shit, that hurt. I didn't even want to imagine looking down, so I weakly pulled my leg back up and made my way up the tree. The voice was further away now, the sound of Aaron's voice calling for me. It made us shudder. Eventually we made it to a branch high enough to be safe and thick enough to hold us. We could see the ground through the gaps of the needles. I took a seat and I looked at my knee. Blood made my blue leggings go a vile purple. Scratches in the fabric showed my ripped skin, as deep red trickled from the gash. It stung like hell. Aaron placed a hand on my lower back and kissed my forehead. I fell into his touch and put my head on his neck. Wet dribbles of tears dripped down to my scalp. Aaron was crying. He was always the more emotional one out of us. We established that quite early on in our relationship, and Aaron had held me and bawled over a nature documentary where a lion took down a gazelle. That was our second date. I can remember how I stared at him with disgust. A few years later, and I still do, but now I hug him back and I laugh. Growing up in a poor household teaches you how to control your emotions. One wrong look and shit hits the fan. That's what drew me to Aaron in the first place. He did stuff like that and nothing happened. His parents would chuckle instead of screaming at him. The nicest kind of weird I ever experienced. The voice had rounded back to our tree, and it was back to mimicking me.
Move!
Once again using what I told it last night to coax us out. It did this for about a minute. Then we saw a flash of a brown blur speed past the tree. The blur waddled backwards, reversing. And then it saw us. This deer wasn't a deer, we established this, but it didn't make the reveal any less horrifying. It didn't look at us and was looking deep into the forest. Then it heard something and faced our way. Its eyes weren't on the sides of its head. It was at the front like a predator, like a human. They didn't look human. They were regular deer eyes, which made it feel worse, small and beady. The sun was setting, so the last bit of light reflected off the eyes. Once darkness began to hit, they changed. In the light of the sunset, I squinted and saw how it shook its head around violently. It looked up in an instant and faced away from the tree. Then it turned and I saw how its eyes were blown out. Visibly, they had grown a lot and now they were almost black. Better for searching. It spun around again and leapt off into the undergrowth. I heard a roaring sound before I heard a voice I didn't recognize. It was a little boy.
Aaron!
Aaron let out a gasp and slapped his hand over his mouth. Tears were in full flow now, and his hands were shaking.
Over here!
Then a giggle, a childlike cough, and the worst sound of the lot. A young boy screaming bloody murder. Aaron clapped his hands over his ears and sucked in wet breaths. I wrapped my arms around him, stroking his flank. I could hear him muttering, "It's not Jake, it's not him," over and over.
Aaron!
It continued to wail.
Mom, Dad!
It's fucking awful. His voice kept on wavering back and forth between voices. It had seemingly perfected the Jake voice that Aaron kept on choking on his breath whenever it copied the boy. It had pretty much decided that we were close, because it stayed in the same position for the rest of the time we were up there, right next to the tree that we were in. The sun had set fully then, so it was hard to see anything. My eyes adjusted, but it was still difficult. It went on, draining the pair of us. It got to the point where we were used to the screams and now realized that whatever was making the voices was doing it on a loop, like a broken record. My voice, Aaron's, unknown boy, and then Jake. It was so mentally draining, I was fully considering jumping down and getting it over and done with. least I would be dying or going missing with the one that I loved. As dismal as that sounds, I really couldn't think of anything else in the moment. It messed with me. As soon as I got to close my eyes, a loud bang shot through the air. We heard a loud warbling scream and the thundering sound of feet underneath. Aaron looked at me, eyes red from crying. His face was full of waiting relief. A gruff voice yelled our full names and ran around the tree. A couple more pairs of feet followed. Had to be the Rangers. "Up here!" I called down to them. The flashlight beams shone around until they brought them up to our tree. Thankfully, it was the Rangers. We clambered down and were greeted with the sight of 3 park rangers and Aaron's dad, their faces ashy. I almost fell to my knees in joy and exhaustion. Aaron just caught me at the last second and choked out a sob. We'd been found. Aaron carried me back to the entrance of the woods. The place looked so different in the dark. Aaron's mom was waiting for us with the other officers. She'd been in floods of tears, too, immediately running towards us. I'd never felt so tired in my entire life. One of the officers took us to the hospital. I had splinters all in the gash, and my muscles were exposed. Seriously gross shit, but nothing was broken, so I wasn't worried. Everything just happened so fast, you know? Aaron was fine, that's all I cared about. It was our anniversary, after all. It may surprise you to find out that we headed home the very next day. You were quiet on the way back. I had so many questions to ask, but with one look at Aaron's face, I faced forward and closed my eyes. We were both too tired to talk. Once we got home, Aaron checked the house and collapsed on our bed. I stayed up and numbly watched a crappy comedy. No matter how much I watched, I could still hear the screams. Sometime I dropped off. Don't know when, but when I woke up, Aaron was boiling some water and the smell of coffee wafted its way to the living room. He walked in and handed me a cup, pressing a soft kiss to my temple with a warm smile. We sat in silence, dumbly, watching the TV when he sighed. "I'm sorry I took you there." I cocked my head. "It wasn't your fault." Silence. I knew what was in there. Held the cup of coffee and stared at him. "What?" He sniffed and coughed. "I remembered it, everything." What? He turned to me, eyes watery. Seeing it again. He shook his head. Everything came back. What did that even mean? I opened my mouth before Aaron spoke again. They told me his family moved away. His eyes were glassy now, swimming with memories. Jake's family. I was gentle, hoping not to set him off crying. He nodded and took a sip of the coffee. One day he was there, and the next, he wasn't. Now you know why? He nodded again, morosely. We sat there for a while. You were camping for our birthday? We had the same birthday. It was our 12th. I let him speak. We were so excited, El. Then we heard it. The deer? Yeah, the deer. If only. What happened? He took another sip before he started up again. It called out to us in our own voices, saying stuff like, over here, and our names. Aaron placed the cup on the table. We thought it was funny. I get that. You were kids. Yeah. Well, we found it so funny we asked it to come out and wish us happy birthday. And? I've never seen something more horrible in my entire life. He shook slightly, face gradually going pale. He screamed. So it didn't look like a deer, or it did. and we just didn't see its real form. We ran away, or I did. It's hard to remember. He wet his lips. I could still remember hearing Jake fall, and I turned to look at him. I reached out and rubbed his arm when he became emotional. He brought a hand up to his lips and stared at the corner of the room. I ran over and I tried to pull him up, and it just batted me away like a fly. There was so much blood. He looked at me to respond, but I didn't. I let him speak. It dragged him away, and I ran so far. Ended up climbing a tree and camping there for a while. How long? All I know is that I sat there till the sun went down and the noises stopped. And then I ran home. Did you tell your folks? He nodded sheepishly. They told the police, and they went and they checked out. They found blood, and they blamed it on a cougar. Then it spoke to me. It spoke to you? I was leaning forward in my seat now. Yeah. Then I was about to drift off to sleep. I'll come back for you. And then you can join him. I swallowed thickly. Why hadn't it come earlier for him? Was he trying to ripen him up? Just made me feel sick. And did you ever see it again? No, I stayed out of the woods, and it didn't bother me anymore. The air was thick. It was hard to breathe. I must have used this hike as a chance to take him. I could have saved him. You were a kid, Aaron. So fucking what? I could have saved him. Could you? He paused and watched me intently. His eyes bounced from one side, then to the next, seemingly going through every possible outcome. With a furrow of his brow, I guess he realized that he couldn't have done anything. He sat back in his seat on the sofa. His eyes were still cloudy, clearly still thinking. I leaned over and rested my head on his shoulder, holding his arm. Strange what the mind hides from you, huh? I didn't say anything. I mean, what can you say to that? We tried to get on with our lives. I went back to work, so did Aaron. We acted like we had the best anniversary of our lives, because what else could we do? Tell my manager that we had some kind of monster deer chase us down in the middle of the woods, and we kept hearing it mimicking us and Aaron's dead childhood friend. See how ridiculous that sounds. So we put on our happy faces. It was harder for Aaron, obviously. He's looking to see a therapist. He's also talking with the police from his hometown over Jake's disappearance. Jake's parents are yet to say anything. Can't imagine what they're going through. He told me he couldn't live with himself if he stayed quiet. I try to look more on the positive side nowadays. I used to be very cynical. I blamed my upbringing for that. And when I met Aaron, stuff changed. He was just so enthusiastic about life. Car broke down in the rain? Well, at least you have shelter. Lost your wallet? Well, you can always get a new one. You feel guilty for cutting contact with your parents. You had to do that for your safety. Always. He's been able to turn bad situations on their head and find the silver lining in the cloud, even if it's barely visible. He brought out that optimistic part of me that hid for so long. He helped me out of that horrible pit and made me see the light in life again. But since that day, I've been seeing less and less of that happy-go-lucky guy. And I'm not complaining at all, by the way. Please know that. I'd be more disturbed if he just went on with his life like nothing happened. But I feel like I've been taking him for granted. I wanted to help him through this. He helped me, so I'm going to help him too. He assured me I don't need to, but I will anyway. I love him. And if that means that I wait on every hand and foot for him, I'll fucking do it. I thought we were in the clear after we left that place. Turns out, I was wrong. This happened earlier today, and I'm still shook up writing this. I was at home after work, and I went upstairs to go change. Looked like Aaron had just left before my arrival because he left the bathroom light on. I was about to flip the switch when I saw something. It was a bit hard to see because of the frosted glass, but there was something outside. It was dark, fragmented blob. I was tempted to open the window to see what it was. I mean, it could have been a piece of clothing that had come into the backyard. Suddenly, a shiver ran down my spine, and I writhed in my spot. I halted and watched the blob. It was completely still, which put doubt on my clothing theory. It was quite windy outside, so the clothing would have wafted around or flown off. This thing stayed deathly still. It had 4 little stumps under it, like table legs. Maybe they were legs. Cats often came into our yard with the next door neighbor having 2 of them. It looked bigger than a cat, though. I blame the frosted glass for the distortion, but that theory didn't last long either. The thing began to move. It lifted each of the stumps one by one, which now solidified my belief that this was indeed an animal, and then it crouched down. Then, much to my horror, the thing lifted up onto 2 legs, body rising high into the air. It stood up straight, the stumps now longer. What the fuck? It didn't wobble or fall, but instead went stiff as a board and raised its 5th stump, which I figured was its neck. So this thing was either staring away from me or directly at me. It was hard to see, but I think that it was looking at me. Then an awful thought came to mind. It couldn't be that deer. I mean, it couldn't. The thing and I were just staring at each other, and I seriously hoped that it couldn't see me, and then I realized something. I had the bathroom light on, and I was staring at the window. It could definitely see me. Thoughts of screaming and hollering from that night played over and over in my mind. Had it followed us home? My body tensed up and refused to breathe. I had gone very much into prey mode, and I was now trying my best to hide myself, which, let's be honest, isn't going to go down well when you're stood under a spotlight. I don't know how long I stayed there. After a while, the thing gave up, and while still on its hind legs, it staggered off into the bush behind the house. I cried so hard. I ended up squeezing into the corner of the bathroom, shaking like a leaf with tears running down my cheeks. I can't remember the last time I cried like that. It must have been when I first moved in with Aaron, and that was a long time ago. After this release of pent-up emotion, I pulled myself together and I called Aaron. I gushed, spilling everything to him. I thought we'd lost connection because he was so quiet. He eventually told me he'd be home soon and that I should start packing a bag. I didn't have any time to respond before he hung up, and I was left baffled. And when he came home, he came into our bedroom and started piling clothes into his duffel. "Where are we going?" I asked, staring at my boyfriend in surprise. He'd never been so serious before. "I'll tell you in the car." He didn't even bother looking away from his bag. "Babe, what's going on?" "Shh." He shushed me sharply. "I'll tell you in the car." I went back to folding my clothes and chucking spare glances at him. His face completely blank and his hands were working on autopilot. We left the house that evening as soon as we packed. Is it bad to say that Aaron scared me a little? I'd never seen this part of him at all. It was almost like he was angry. We got settled in the car and he pulled out of the driveway. "Are you going to tell me where we're going now?" He stayed quiet and faced the road. "Aaron!" I was getting irritated now. He pursed his lips and flicked his eyes over to the rearview mirror. "Aaron, will you answer me?" "Shut up," he hissed. eyes bobbing from the rear view to the windshield and back again. I sat there speechless. That was the first time he had told me to shut up and meant it. There wasn't any venom behind the words, and I didn't know what to make of it. So I did what I had learned to do when people were pissed off. I stayed quiet. Much to my shame, I dissociated. He was stressed, and I was making things harder. I think I must have dissociated for about an hour before I felt Aaron squeezing my shoulder. We were outside a dive bar. I had no idea where we were. "You okay, sweets?" He was rubbing into the meat on my shoulder, face full of concern. About an hour of time lost. I heard him call my name, and I woke up from the familiar trance. Where are we? It was the only thing I was thinking about. Let's get inside first, yeah? Something in me just snapped. What the fuck was that? No, I bit. You tell me right now, Aaron. He threw his head back against the headrest and sighed. Can we just get inside, Elle? Aaron, please! I stared at him. I'm scared. It was rare for me to say that out loud. Aaron knew that. He quickly looked all around the car, peeking into the windows, before he turned to me. He beckoned me close to him, and I obeyed. Then he whispered something into my ear. It might still hear us. So we need other people to block out conversation. I had a full-body shiver and made my stomach fill with dread. He nodded. I understood, even if it sounded bizarre. We grabbed a bite to eat and sat in the middle of the booths, multiple families chatting beside us. Finally, we could talk. And that leads me to now. I'm sitting in the car, Aaron's driving. In the span of a week, my life has been turned upside down. Life was good. It was good. I was with the man I loved and away from all the shit in my life. My parents were out of my social circle and Aaron's family took their place. Life was good. Now we're running back to his hometown. Sounds stupid, however, there are a couple of reasons for this. One, home isn't safe anymore. That thing knows where we live. Two, we would vacate to somewhere far off, but money is not good at the moment. And even then, that thing could follow us. We have no idea where this thing can go. Finally, 3, Aaron told his parents and they believed us, mainly because his dad saw the deer. They know someone who can help us. Hopefully that makes more sense as to why we've decided to head back. We're going to stay to the highways, no back roads unless we have to. Hopefully that thing either stays away, or if it follows us, gets ran over by a fucking truck. Probably wouldn't kill it, but it'd slow it down, I hope. I'm going to finish this post here. Aaron and I are in the car now. We're close to the highway. I just hope we get there safely. Wish us luck. Ever find yourself jobless, angry, and fed up? If not, I envy your life. Unfortunately, that's the state I find myself in. Worked at a grocery store for about a decade. Customer decided to get rough with one of the other employees over some goddamn baby formula. One punch later, they're getting a couple $100 in gift certificates not to sue, and I'm out the door. I'd say, funny how life works. Really, there's nothing funny about my situation. So, here I sit, combing through Reddit for some horror to take my mind off my impending financial doom, watching 80s slasher films when that gets old, and rereading my Stephen King collection, of course. I mean, it'd be a good life if I wasn't sneaking ever closer to starvation. One day, though, I get a chat request, right? I accept it. See a phone number. My first thought is that it's from some kind of ARG, so wallowing in shame, worry, and boredom, I give it a call. Thank you for calling Project Insomnia. How may I direct your call? an upbeat female voice says. Got sent this number on Reddit, so I'm wondering what everything's about, I reply. Good for you. I'll connect your call, the voice replies. After a few minutes of hold music, that's exactly as you'd expect, someone answers. Nathan, glad you decided to call. I've heard you're looking for employment and enjoy horror, am I correct? The professional-sounding man says. I'm a little weirded out. I'm not the type to use my name online much. Of course, that isn't my name, but a stand-in. I'm sure you all know that. And I certainly haven't been posting about my financial state. So, this, anyway. But people who run ARGs can get really into the weeds, so I don't really think of it too much. Right on both accounts. Why? I reply. We have an opportunity for you. 2 weeks of your time, using your skills, $20K, the voice says simply. God, I could use that money in real life. But hey, guess we'll keep my mind off things while I wait for some answers on resumes, so sign me up, I answer. Nathan, I think you're misunderstanding. We're not running any kind of game. I'm offering you money for your time. The voice sounds mildly annoyed. Really? Huh. Well, I'll bite. What's the catch? Is this some kind of MLM, pyramid scheme? What's going on? I ask. Details can be given in person. I'll send you a location. We can meet and see if you feel the job is a good fit. I'd request you bring a suitcase in case you feel like taking us up on our offer. There are many other people who have been chosen, and time is a factor, the voice explains. I get some mild BS vibes from his statements, but it's not like I have a full schedule. A couple days later, I find myself in a small diner a couple of towns over, sitting with a man in a plain black suit. He doesn't seem nervous, but there's a vigilance in his eyes, like he's used to watching out for things. Glad to see you've made it. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to get people to believe you're paying 20 grand, the man in front of me says. I would. I'm waiting for the part where you tell me it's split up over a decade, requires a $5K deposit. Before that, though, can I know who I'm talking to? I ask. You can call me Adrian, and I assure you what I'm offering is real. By the end of this meeting, if you so choose, I'll have the money in your account, is Adrian's reply. There's some silence. A waitress comes over. Anything I can get for you two? The middle-aged lady asks. Coffee for me. And a clubhouse sandwich with fries for my friend, Adrian replies. I'm not shocked that he knew what I'd order. More amused. Whoever these people are, they've dug into me. So you're trying really hard to cultivate a mysterious aura. And I mean, it's working, though, you know? What's the job? I say. Simple, really. We want you to watch horror. Lots of it. For extended periods of time. And give your observations. Adrian said. Is this some kind of, like, AI training shit? Because I don't know if I'm that desperate, I reply. No, Nathan. You'll be watching real people. Nothing artificial about it. But I know the question you're really asking. Why are we offering you so much money for something you do every day, while you hope to get a call back from the sanitation office or a McDonald's? The answer is not going to be as exciting as you think. Your accommodations are going to be rather Spartan, somewhere between a small apartment and a prison cell. We need secrecy and a high volume of participants, hence the arrangement, Adrian explained. My food comes. I feel like I'm under a microscope as I eat, Adrian's eyes dissecting my every movement. So, there's some kind of test run, I'm guessing, like Halloween-themed attractions at an amusement park. You're paying for me to shut up about it more than anything, I question. Adrian gives a half shrug. Close enough for government work. So what's the verdict? I have 2 more people I have to see tonight. Adrian offers, sliding over a small stack of papers and a pen. I read through the contract, smirking a little. This is some McCamey Manor stuff here, Adi. Like, this part about consenting to methods of encouragement that may lead to physical harm. You can't sign away your rights against assault, so clearly you guys aren't going to be knocking anyone's teeth out. Adrian smiles. No one in organization has any intent to put hands on you. Astute observation, though. If you want my opinion, remove those parts. Just Let people imagine what bad things could happen. But all the real bits seem in order. So what about my money? I ask. The grin Adrian gives me should have been my warning sign, but I was too busy getting a notification of $20,000 in my nearly empty bank account. Jesus, Murphy, you weren't kidding, were you? It's like someone tried to turn a submarine brig into a bachelor pad, I say, looking around the small room. There's a bed with thin sheets, a large desk with a few dozen monitors, and that's about it. Enough room to maybe do some push-ups, but nothing more. One thing I noticed right off the bat is how the monitors were constructed. Thick, textured plastic leads to the wall, locking each one of them in place. They're hardwired into the electrical system, the plugs being reinforced and grounded behind the wall. There's a small vent in the ceiling doing its damnedest to minimize the musty odor of the place. The toilet is what I expect, stainless steel and industrial, but at least it's clean. The door gives me pause, thick steel and with a slot in the middle. If the project takes off, maybe we'll look into making the workspace more comfortable, Adrian offers. Not like you could make it any less so. But hey, $20K makes it seem a lot bigger than it is, am I right? I replied. Meals are served 3 times a day. We've not found any dietary restrictions in our research on you, but if you have any, feel free to let us know. You may keep your cellular device, but usage in most cases will be seen as contrary to the rules outlined in the contract. Once daily, you will be expected to give a report on what you're seeing on the monitors. Attention to detail is key, Adrian explains. Okay, so this is kind of like a night trap meets escape room situation, I say, sitting down on a small computer chair, looking at the bank of various monitors. There's that attention to detail we're looking for. Watch the monitors, Nathan, Adrian says, closing the steel door. Want to know what I'm feeling? Joy. Yeah, everything is grimy and eerie as hell, but it's supposed to be. I'm alpha testing something or other, an immersive horror game maybe. I light up a cigarette, and I immediately notice 2 things. The first is that all the monitors are showing 3 different places, about a half dozen scenes apiece, give or take. Second's just how varied these screens are. Some are crystal clear, some are antiques, but all are behind a layer of almost imperceptible bulletproof glass. How do I know it's bulletproof glass? I don't, but it's clear, can't scratch it, can't leave a scorch mark on it. Most of the monitors are dull. Fast food place, gas station, inside of a house. After a while, though, someone comes home. Nice-looking lady, early 30s or so, smartly dressed, coming home late at night. I've been watching paint dry for hours. I'm instantly drawn to anything resembling action. What the hell am I doing here, I say, frustrated as I watch her through an impeccable screen. The house is dark. Her kitchen lights obscure the background. Shadows play like feral cats in her McMansion. I yawn, wondering when dinner is, or for that matter, what time it is. Then I see it on one of the older monitors. It could just be glitches from the ancient tech, but I swear it's a pair of eyes. It's subtle, well done. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up, but as quickly as they appear, they're gone. The woman turns, looking to where the apparition once was. She does her fridge door. As she does, her fridge door closes, whether its own accord or something else, that's unclear. Nice, I say, complimenting the scare. Peter or no, my heart's racing. Boring hours fly by like water in a dangerous lake. I'm brought something they assure me is dinner. Meatloaf, heavy on the loaf, nearly green beans, and cornbread I debate on keeping to whittle. At least the coffee's decent, given to me in a 2-liter carafe. I look away when the woman starts changing. I'm starting to think this was a live improv, and meeting someone after I've seen them naked seems gross. One lamp on her desk lights her as she places modest jewelry in expensive cases. There's a noise, a keening wail, and the woman turns around, seeing nothing. We're in the same boat. That is, until I look at a smaller black and white monitor. Standing in front of the woman is a rotten, lanky specter, torn asunder and enraged. "Right in front of you!" I scream, but she can't hear me. The objects in the room rattle. It's enough to scare the wits back into the woman. She bolts to her bedroom door. The thing, that mournful thing, grabs her by the arm. The sleeve of the woman's housecoat crumbles. The flesh beneath it begins to wither. She tries to pull free, but the grip of the specter is immovable. She hammers down a hand, and somehow after 3 frantic blows, the spirit lets go, growling in rage. The woman gets distance between herself and the ghost, but the undead doesn't bother to move. Small furniture flies like it's been caught in a tornado. Windows rattle and fracture, sending broken glass in waves onto the carpet. The woman takes a wrong step, lacerating her foot, and she holds onto a banister for support. The ghost laughs. The woman rises as if she's being picked up by one leg. She screams now, begging. Blood pours from her torn foot into her eyes. The spirit dangles her in midair. Her arm begins to twist and warp, snapping and breaking. I try to cover the speaker, but it's no use. I can hear her pain. For a moment, she's still, and then, defenseless, she falls. The feed on that set of monitors cuts out, and I'm jarred back to reality. Sweat beading, nails digging into the armrest of the cheap chair. Well done, guys. I'm not usually one for ghost stories, but that was damn near worth the time, I say to whoever's keeping tabs on me. A few more hours of staring at the screens, and there's a loud klaxon, jarring in the small room. The monitors shut off, and a pre-recorded voice says, "Now begins your 10-hour rest period." There's a handful of reasons I have trouble falling asleep. Not the least of which is the amount of coffee I've had. A close second are those noises. I've watched everything from Psycho, which is great, and a Serbian film, which is horrible. And not once has audio stuck with me so much. I'm woken by that same eardrum punching tone. Before I can brush the sleep from my eyes, a breakfast is shoved through the slot in the door. It's about as well made as dinner was. More coffee, and half a cigarette later, I hear a voice from an unseen speaker. "Hey, Nathan," the voice says. I can hear papers rustling. "That's me," I replied. "Hi, call me Percy. I'm asking you a few questions about what you watched the previous day. If you have any for me by any means, just let me know." The voice is level. It's friendly. "I was expecting Adrian, to be honest," I said. Percy laughs. "This is a little below his pay grade. I'm just a guy working a job, like yourself. Bit nicer digs. I'm also not making $2K a day." I smile. "So, what do you want to know?" I ask. "Well, I'd like for you to give me your overall impression of what you've seen, with particular attention to things that stood out, or may have seemed odd," Percy replied. "The format's neat. You think you get obnoxious, but those actors you hired, those effects, they make it worthwhile. I cut down a little on the dead air, though. The ghost was scary, especially the wounding around the face. Unique is probably the right word. Second effect blew me away. One thing, though. Why did the ghost let go when the lady hit her? Didn't make any sense. Maybe if she hit it with like a Bible or something. But as is, I don't know, kind of killed the vibe. Seemed a little lazy, or I guess silly, I explained. Good catch, Nate. I'll have the higher-ups have a look into that." "Not a bad way to earn a few grand, huh?" Percy replied. "It'd be better if I wasn't hanging around with the ghosts of my own farts. That vent isn't doing a damn thing," I joke. The next 3 days go on in much the same way. I scan the monitors till something spooky happens, and do my best to point all the plot holes and stupid things I find. Not that there's much to pick apart. The variety alone makes things worthwhile. I'm seeing ghosts, demons, a couple of slasher villain types, a handful of different creatures despite the sponge baths and stale air. It's a dream job. But I wouldn't be posting here if the dream didn't turn into a nightmare. Day 5 shows me what this place is really about. Breakfast comes the same as always. A dish I dub grey eggs, due to their color and my love of good portmanteau. I answer some questions, and the last thing I watched, some kind of monster fight club, seemed way too action-oriented, and more like fantasy than horror, really. I get ready for another day. My selection consists of an empty barn, a deep forest, and... Adrian, I said in the interview, no AI bullshit. I'm out. Open the door, and if you want your 20K back, you could see me in court. I'm not going to be part of the downfall of art, I say. No reply. My issue is, I'm recognizing one of the places I'm watching on a set of monitors. Kumar's comics. Now, I'm not much of a geek, but I've been known to buy a comic or two, and while I'm not in there every day, I know the owners well enough. Kumar and Jaspreet Patel, a little over middle-aged, and kind of folks that truly love what they do. There's no way other than some kind of generative special effects that I'm watching them. Guys, I'm serious, I say. I try to sound enraged, but I hear the anxiety in my voice. It's 20K, I whisper to myself, justifying the tossing of my artistic morals to the wind. The more I watch, the more people I know I see. The more I'm actually impressed. I ain't saying anything good about AI, but if I didn't know better, I'd swear I was actually watching cameras hidden in the shop. The longer I watch, the more I think that this can't just be some kind of special effect. I try to shake the thought, but as the hours slowly tick by, it's all I can think about. But what can I do? How could I prove things one way or another? My hand starts to move towards my phone. Plan forming. The second I grab it, a loudspeaker, distorted voice hits me with like a slap in the face. Nathan, do you know much about firing squads? Adrian said, his voice calm. No, why? I stuttered. In any firing squad, one man is given a rifle loaded with a blank. None of them know who. The reason why is that certain actions carry a weight, one that's too heavy to carry for most, no matter how noble the intention. It leaves that sliver of doubt that maybe you didn't really do anything. It's how most members of a firing squad sleep at night. If you make that phone call, it's only going to make things harder for you. Cling to that doubt. Cling to it like a life raft, Adrian explains. What are you saying? I asked, panicked. As little as possible. For your sake. And I have to remind you, using your device to communicate is against the rules of your contract and will be dealt with, Adrian threatens. I feel like I'm on the edge of a cliff. On one hand, I know this is all just some game, spooking me out of this joint. But on the other, a lot of things aren't adding up. I dial the number, I hear the ring echo through the monitors. My heart drops, I feel sick to my stomach. My phone disconnects when I look down. I don't even see the 4 emergency calls only prompt, just a string of strange, illegible characters. I hear Adrian sigh, then the speaker cuts out. A few seconds later, the industrial toilet sink combination starts spewing water. It goes on for minutes, soaking everything in the room and leaving about 3 inches of standing water. I'm shivering and scared, and I understand how truly fucked I am. Watch the monitors, Nathan. You may not understand, but you're helping to save life as we know it, Adrian demands. What else can I do? The day slowly trickles by. Every customer, every shadow makes my heart stop. Around 11 p.m., Kumar and Jaspreet begin to close down the shop. I think maybe they're safe. Just another of the feeds where nothing happens. No one likes being proven wrong, myself included. The door wasn't locked. A short, stocky man in a dragging raincoat and beat-up fedora walks in. Sorry, buddy, store's closed. Open up bright and early tomorrow, though, Kumar says. The man ignores him. The stranger, faded plaid coat, catches on a set of action figures, knocking them over. Sir, show a little more care, please, Jaspreet says, nicer than necessary. The stranger laughs mockingly. I catch an angle of his face. Pale, rotund, full of small lesions. Look almost like burns. But as he grins, I see it. Each of his teeth are small clusters of wires. Get out. Come on, fucking run! I scream at the screen. But of course they can't hear me. I know what this guy is, or at the very least what he's capable of. I can't just sit here. What choice do I have? Yesterday I probably have said he's the worst thing I've ever seen. He's not really scary. His gimmick seems tacky. The thought makes me sick to my stomach. The callousness I viewed people's trauma with. I vomit. The noise it makes in the standing water makes me retch a second time. Okay, Dick Tracy, it's time to get out of my store before I call the cops. You have 10 seconds, Kumar says in a commanding tone. The stranger snickers again, then turns to Kumar and his wife. I don't speak Hindi, but the squat man does. What he says shocks Kumar enough to pick up the phone and dial 911. But of course there's no dial tone. The lights flicker, then dim, then go out completely. Kumar and Jaspreet use their phones as the light, trying to find their way to the door. They reach it, but it doesn't budge. Kumar begins to rattle the door. There's an electric arcing sound, then above them is a twisted grin made of arcing wire. I don't catch much of the violence. By the time the stranger sinks his teeth into Kumar, they both drop their phones. The feed cuts out. I feel lightheaded, like nothing is real. But it is. All of it. I just watched people I know get killed by a C-list urban legend. I don't sleep. By the time I hear Percy, I'm staring angrily at the wall. Hey, I got about 10 seconds to talk. You need to think about this like getting drafted into a world war. It sucks. It's going to change you, but it's for the fate of the world, Percy says, his voice panicked. Why the hell are you doing this? Why are you killing people? I screamed. We're not. Every place you watched is the result of months of research, and even then, it doesn't always pan out. But the higher-ups, they don't fuck around, okay? Do your time, get out. Don't let anything get in the way of that, Percy pleads. From then on, things don't feel interesting or exciting. Knowing what I know, the violence hits home. It fucks with my head. The worst are the stupid ones, the kind of things I'd share with my family for the sole purpose of mocking the writer, something about a creature or a spirit that can be accurately described as cringeworthy, taking someone's life. It's shocking and dismal. And there's the cell itself. After the first day of standing, water spots of mold and veins of mildew start to develop on the wall. A couple of days after that, I got a cough that won't quit. It's my second concern, beyond what I believe is a case of trench foot. Things are miserable. They're torture, really. By day 10, it's all I can do to focus on the screens in front of me. I'm running a fever. One of my toes is turning a foul shade of green. That morning's breakfast comes with a familiar-looking stack of papers. I laugh, then cough. And I see blood in the phlegm. It's a contract. Another 2 weeks of my life to have the water drain and some antibiotics. Of course, there's another $20,000 in it for me, but at this point, I'd burn the goddamn money just to get out of here. Truth be told, I don't know if I'm going to last another 4 days without medical attention and air without spores in it. I sign. Of course I do. It's not like I have a choice. If it was a case of being shot, maybe I'd be brave enough to face the music instead. But the thought of dying a slow, infected death in a sodden cell terrifies me. There's no happy ending here. I'm still in this cell. Day 13, in fact. First day since the 5th I've seen a familiar place. My cell. It sits perched in the corner of the room, looking down at me from the ceiling. I can't see it when I look, but on an old green-tinted monitor, it lurks. I can't make out much of it besides what I think is a rusted old army helmet. Its long brass teeth reflect the scant light in the cell. Water's flooding my prison as I finish typing this. Punishment for reaching out to all of you. It's my cry for help, my scream to the void to try and figure out some way out of my situation. But this is also my warning. Something is happening to the world, something big and chaotic and worse than anything that we've seen before. Rules are breaking, logic is failing, things aren't what they seem, and someone somewhere out there is keeping an eye on all of these threads and the YouTube comments, looking for those people that know what they're looking for, those of us who live and breathe urban legends, ghost stories. Watch your back, guys. I don't know what else to say. My first and only encounter with ghosts happened because I called Louise Pilkerman lousy Pilkerman right in front of the class. I hadn't meant to, not at all. A month before it happened, our teacher, Mrs. Dandridge, had told us that we were going on an end-of-the-year field trip. Already great news in my book. I loved how weird it felt to walk along in a herd with my friends, taking in the sights of a place I probably wouldn't have been able to visit normally. And this is going to be a special trip, she continued, grinning like Firuza Balk. This year, we're going to Rovesford Hotel, and we're going to be staying the night. That gave me the shakes. For those of you who don't know, Rovesford is one of the premier weird landmarks in New England. Look it up. There's rarely a top 10 list that doesn't at least mention it, and the discussions about the life and death of its chief architect, the original manager, Emil Rovesford, are still as strong today as they were back then. To put it succinctly, Rovesford is kind of like the Winchester Mystery House on psychedelics, and it is well known for being haunted. I wasn't a fan of ghosts, but I was a fan of weird houses and architectural novelties, so I was over the moon. We had 3 weeks before we were going to go, which was 3 whole weeks in which to catastrophize and worry myself sick. With nightmares about getting hurt and missing the trip, or getting there and finding out it wasn't as cool or interesting as I had built it up to be, growing in frequency and severity. The night before I had a nightmare and then decided to read until I felt better, which ended up being all night, so I wasn't fully awake or aware by the time I actually got into class. I think I sat in the wrong seat and nearly fell on my face before Miss Dandridge had even gotten there. When she did get in, she picked me for roll call. I think to try and make me wake up a bit more. God bless her. And I did well with the first few names, but then I got to Louise and something in my brain, some process, stuttered and I said, lousy. Louise Pilkerman was the scariest girl in school, at least to me. She was taller than average, tall and stocky, with big hands, bad acne, greasy hair, and chapped lips that never seemed to smile, even a little bit. Other boys said that her parents were both alcoholic redneck bikers who were always in and out of jail. They were actually both in the military and were very proud of having spotless records, and that Louise was a thug who sold dope to other kids. She was certainly free with her fists, but she never so much as got a glare from a cop, as far as I know, and later on in high school, she'd get the cops called on someone who was selling drugs. So I was terrified of her. I was small, skinny, and awkward, and she seemed to radiate this cold anger like a wall that knocked everyone back. She reminded me of movies about domestic abusers or gangsters, and I had just insulted her in front of 20 other kids. Not everyone laughed when I called her lousy, but enough did. And when you're a kid and you've been humiliated like that, it seems like everyone is laughing at you. I tried to apologize. I really did, but she wouldn't hear it. "I'm gonna get you back," she growled before we got on the bus. She sat in the back. I sat as close to the front as I could and tried to read a book with the shadow of that promise hanging over my head, scared out of my mind. At least until we got there and I stepped out into the sunlight and actually saw Rovesford up close and in the flesh. And the world narrowed down to just that for a little while. You see, Emil Rovesford was a stage musician turned architect who spent 15 years of his life planning and constructing a place that would incorporate all the different kinds of architecture that he'd seen on his trips around the world. And the result was chaos that you could touch and inhabit, like an I Spy book with buildings or a living 3D collage. From above, the whole mess looked like a giant protozoa, maybe a very lopsided star, bloated and prickly on one side, stretched like taffy on the other. Each section was a jumble. There were brick and stone, metal and glass and wood, and there were domes and colonnades, bays and belfries, gables and eaves, Shionsukuri and Old Gothic, Colonial and Victorian and Grecan, all welded together. I could have stared forever, trying to pick out every little detail, but Miss Dandridge only gave us about a minute before most of the rest of my class ran out of attention span. We spilled into the northern lobby, which was cool and quiet and more or less what I'd imagined a swanky hotel to be like. Red carpeting, a high barrel vault roof, white pillars, clusters of couches, and a tour guide waiting to show us around. Her name was Annie, and she was great. I remember her being a carefree, laid-back college chick who took the job because she honestly thought it was interesting. The hotel's layout was so chaotic it required a bunch of laminated maps to navigate, but Annie had definitely been there for a while because she never so much as looked at any of them. She took us from room to room and laid everything out. If there was a script that she was supposed to go by, she probably chucked it right in the trash after the first few read-throughs because she added so much history and so many weird bits of trivia, stuff even I didn't know about, and I thought I'd researched it all pretty well. There were a few things I knew, like how the planning stage took 5 years because Rovesford kept going to new places, falling in love with new bits of architecture, and then deciding to add them in, or how he passed over his oldest son and gave his daughter the stewardship of the place and his fortune, which in the 19th century was a pretty big deal, caused a huge scandal. It wasn't until we got to the game room that I actually heard something that I hadn't before. There we all were, in the middle of this huge comma-shaped room with a red shag and oak paneling, trying to keep out of the way of the construction guys who are packing up the musty old mod furniture and the old arcade machines. When in the middle of telling us about how they were going to refurbish the room, Louise put her hand up and asked, "Are you guys going to open up the Blue Wing?" Behind us there were two people, a construction guy and a woman in a business suit. Both were arguing quietly, and when they heard her ask that, Louise wasn't very soft-spoken. They turned around and glared at her. She glared right back and cocked her chin defiantly. I don't think Annie noticed any of that, though. She just laughed and told us the whole wing was going to stay closed up, and that it was eventually going to be torn down from the rest of the building. She asked, "Where'd you hear about the Blue Wing?" Louise said, "On the internet. They had an article on Ogrish." Then a boy asked what the Blue Wing was, and I saw the mischief come alive in Annie's eyes. She looked around, then lowered her voice and said, "What you guys don't know? The last owner of this hotel was a murderer." That was my introduction to Grace Rovesford, the last of that family line and the one who gave the place its reputation. Grace was born at the tail end of the 40s, raised by two parents who had died right next to her in a car crash one evening in 1953. They'd taken a back road in Nevada and swerved to avoid a coyote. Grace was pinned to the dash for 13 hours before help came. Annie said that she ended up locked in an asylum for a decade afterwards and came out worse off than she had been when she was thrown in. But I did some research, and she was actually admitted to a highly regarded naturalistic retreat on the outskirts of California, and it was only for a year. There's not much about her I could find in the years before she fully took over the inn, but I think the rest of Annie's story turned out pretty much true. She became a minor celebrity in the hippie community in the early 60s, wrote a whole bunch of papers on everything from homeopathy to astral projection, and published a book of poetry called To Dance in Dreamland, to Scorn the Reaper. In 65, she actually took charge of the hotel and added her own flair, taking what she'd loved about San Francisco and transplanting as much of it as she could. If you look at the pictures from the time, every room looks like a blacklight poster, with mod furniture, space-age appliances to top it all off. A lot of the old clientele hated it. They thought it looked like, and I quote, a sleazy head shop. But the hotel had been in a slouch by then, and there weren't many of these people left. The new look actually worked, and for 4 years it was as lively as it had ever been when it was first opened. Tourists loved the new novelty, and the hippies loved that it was a place meant for them, overseen by one of them. Grace used to come down and greet her guests at breakfast. People said that she had a smile like a slice of sunshine. She could make you feel happier just by being in her presence. At night, she and some of her old commune, who had set up shop there, would sing and get high, and she'd talk about her ideas and the things that she'd seen in her dreams. 4 years of prosperity. 4 years of peace. And then it all came crashing down. Grace got sick. Very sick. She started keeping to herself more and more. Her lungs began to shut down, and so there was no more singing. Did you know that there was a ballad written about her last year's? It's called The Silence Comes to Stay, and that's what it was like, apparently. People left. The mood was gone. Grace moved from her room on the northwest spire to a wing her mother had added on. She had her friends paint the walls and ceiling blue, and then she locked herself away with only a couple of people closest to her. She hired a manager to run things, and she stayed where she was. People asked after her health and were told that she was, quote, engaged in a healing contemple. Things evened out for a while. Some people even said they could hear her singing some nights. And then a man named Jasper Arnott went missing. His wife said he'd gotten up in the middle of the night and hadn't come back. She looked, and when she couldn't find anything, she got the staff to look with her. The search went on for hours, and then a maid found Arnott laying in the eastern garden, his bathrobe covered in blood, and his head missing. The police never found the head or the weapon that did it, but they did find Grace's prints on the bathrobe. All of her friends went peacefully, and so did she. She died of cancer in December 1969, a month before her trial. The investigations also implicated her in a dozen other missing persons cases, but nothing ever came of it. Annie didn't tell it quite like that. She shortened it, added something about garden shears, for effect, and it worked, too. I was scared out of my mind. Not even Mrs. Dandridge announcing that we were going to have a pizza night made me feel any better. We ran around and played where we were allowed. I sat by an empty koi pond and watched the little vents bubble away. I crossed bridges, ducked through trap doors, used slides sculpted to look like dolphins leaping from the water. I even found the narrow passage hidden behind a suit of armor, just like in the Hardy Boys. I wandered it for a bit before I realized that I had gone farther than I was supposed to. I was halfway back when I heard two people talking in hushed, angry tones, a man and a woman. "You need to find out who's doing this. I don't care how." "We don't know. It just keeps getting broken. We seal it up. Next day, it's all in pieces on the floor." In any other situation, I might have listened in, but as it stood with the anxiety rolling around inside my stomach, the idea of hearing an argument, and an adult argument at that, made me feel like a mouse in front of a hurricane. When I managed to rejoin the pack, it was time for pizza and soda and movies in the viewing room. By the end of it, I had a gut full of junk food and a head full of worries and fuzz. We were split up into littler groups and led to our bedrooms for the night. I think I was probably asleep before I even hit the bed. I wasn't asleep for long, though, which I should have expected given the circumstances. I had a horrible nightmare about being trapped in a dark, close space, hearing teeth scraping over something hard. I woke up all at once in a bed that wasn't mine, in a dark room I didn't know. Things felt so unreal and slow and heavy, and all I could think was, I need to get out of here. I don't remember leaving the room or what hallways I went down. I only came to my senses when I slammed into someone's back. I fell on my rear and the other person gasped, stumbled, and spun around. It was Louise. When she saw me, her eyes narrowed. Those big hands of hers closed into fists. For an instant, I saw her knuckles straining white against her skin, and I could almost feel them digging into my cheek or busting my nose. Then she took a step towards me, and I ran. I ran as fast as I could, and she followed. Neither of us noticed the change in wallpaper from cream to faded orange and purple, or the plastic sheets over everything, the white buckets stacked in one nook, the big industrial vacuums humped up against the wall, or the fresh shards of plaster on the floor. All I could register was an open door, and the hallway was wide and dark like a throat. Every door was shut, and dust puffed under my sneakers with every step I took. I made it to the end of the hall, to one last door before Louise grabbed the back of my shirt and threw me into the wall. Then she was in my face. Her eyes gleamed in the low light. "You made them laugh at me, you little freak," she hissed. Her breath was cold and smelled like cola. I tried to explain myself, but she shoved me back into the wall and hit me hard enough to make my teeth click together. It tasted blood. My guts churned and I prepared for more, but Louise had backed off. She looked at me, at the blood, with wide eyes like she'd never seen it before. Then she looked at her hand. She told me later that had been the first time she'd hurt someone bad enough to make them bleed, and that it made something click in her mind. It became real to her, she said. There was silence between us. I still cowered. Louise still looked at me like I was about to keel over and die right there, but there was stillness. I could breathe. She could think properly. And that's when we noticed the music. I say noticed and not heard because it sounded like it had been playing ever since before we'd even gone down the hallway, but I don't know why. It sounded like music from a long time ago, fluty and rambling and soft. It made me think of people with wooden flutes, letting their music wind down under doorways and through grassy meadows. It's music of dark forests, standing stones, deserts that never ended, and obscure islands with ancient palaces, temples made of marble. It was so weird that we had to turn around, and when we did, we saw that the door was gone, vanished like it had never been installed in the first place. Beyond it was a big room with a low ceiling. There were couches and bare mattresses and rugs on the floor and an old censer hanging from an IV stand. There was light coming from it, cold, pale, and blue. There was someone in there. We could hear them stepping and hopping softly but ceaselessly, giggling under their breath. We couldn't see anyone. Neither of us made a sound. We didn't know what we were seeing, not really, but we both knew that we were seeing something that we weren't supposed to see. I took a step back. Luis did too. Something was wrong with the light. It made the patterns in the rugs gape like black holes, and if you looked at it too long, you felt like it wasn't actually light at all. Then something creaked to our right. We turned and saw that another door had vanished. It was dark outside, but the light showed us enough. There was someone in the room, someone who was coming out. I saw the hands first, flung out in front of it, groping blindly with fat, black fingers, then arms that jerked and twitched, and then the rest. A man was leaving his room, a man in stained boxers and skin the color of standing water, dripping, swollen with bite marks all over. He didn't have a head. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My reality was drawing into a single point. Things were too clear, too real. I was watching a headless, rotting corpse feel its way towards me, hands grasping at air, the torn flesh of its neck jutting as silent as the light we were standing in. And then Luis screamed, and we were running. I heard its feet then, taking quick, stumbling steps. He knew where we were now. My heart was pounding so loud, I almost didn't notice how the music had turned sour. The hallway stretched on and on. There was no more dust or cobwebs. The doors were vanishing two by two, and the light revealing the deep, cold blues of the walls and ceiling had been painted in blue like Saturn or somewhere far off. Luis reached the exit first and slammed into it. It wasn't locked. She tumbled out into the red carpet and plaster chunks. I don't know why I did it, but just before my body passed through, I looked back. And if Luis hadn't caught me by the hand and dragged me behind her, I don't really know how to articulate it, but I think she saved my life. We ran until we saw lights on under doors, normal ones. One of Luis's friends heard us and opened the door, and when she saw us in good light, she called for grown-ups. The last thing I really remember for a while was hearing Luis asking if I was okay. I really wasn't. Apparently, Luis told the adults what we'd seen. I was in no state to say anything, so I couldn't corroborate her story, but it still got people talking. I saw the news story later once I was better. The police had come. This time they'd found something. They'd found 15 heads, wrapped in duct tape, set behind the walls of the Blue Wing. There were some arrests. I think it was a little too late. Luis asked what I'd seen when I looked back. Once, years later, at a party, where she was too drunk to stop herself from asking, and I was too drunk to lie. I told her, and now I'll tell you. The room had snuck up behind us while our backs were turned, like a tiger. It shortened the whole length of the hall until it was 2 feet from the exit. And I saw everything. They were dancing in a circle, some in pajamas, some in bathrobes, some in less. All dead, all headless. Split heels beat the floor, maggots fell from them and disappeared into the patterns on the rugs. They lurched and pirouetted. They spun while the music played. It had really spoiled by then. It sounded bad, worse than I can really explain, just old and greedy. It pressed into my ears like soft fingers. It tugged at my skin. And the crowd parted a little, and I saw someone at the center of the circle playing a flute. Grace, probably. I can't even describe what she'd swelled up and stretched out into. They've torn the Blue Wing down. The rest of the hotel is fine. It's still running. Sometimes I browse the internet, I look for new sightings, but there hasn't been anything. All's quiet there, which is good. Luis wrote a book called Scratchings and Mutterings, The Haunted Hotels of New England. If you're reading this, I hope you're doing well, and I'm sorry I called you lousy. It really was an accident. How many doors did you open today? How about in the last week, month, or year? What about in your entire life? The answer to that is probably many, yet if you're reading this right now, probably not enough of them. So consider yourself lucky. Or luckier than me, at any rate. My ordeal started about 5 months ago. It was a usual day, wake up, go to work, be bored out of my mind. Only, it was a night. I worked the night shift at a small pawn shop, and the night passed at a glacial pace. That's usually good news, as I'd browse the internet on my phone, but my charger did that thing when you sleep, and it just fucking disconnects, leaving you with no battery to speak of. And me, being me, I didn't notice until I'd gotten to work. Great. So I was alone and bored out of my mind for some 10 hours, but the night eventually passed. A coworker came in, his morning broke, so I left. On my way to the car, I stopped at a local market and I grabbed a couple of sandwiches and a water bottle. I was too lazy to make myself something to eat when I got home, so I figured I'd just wolf down the sandwiches and go to sleep. The commute was only 10 minutes long, and it passed in a blur as I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to anything. My mind had melted under the boredom to the point that I couldn't wait to get home and plug my phone in to watch some YouTube. I pulled up in my driveway and went for the entrance, fumbling for my keys. When I finally found them, I opened the door and entered, still not paying attention to my surroundings. Had I been a little less negligent? Had I looked inside before going in, my life would have been so different today. But I didn't. The door clicked shut behind me and I made my way to the kitchen through the corridor. I was also searching through my backpack for one of the sandwiches. I finally noticed something was off when I reached the place where the table should have been, but I didn't bump into it. There was supposed to be a chair here for me to sit down and eat my meal, but there was nothing. I looked up frantically and noticed the table was gone entirely, along with all the furniture in my kitchen. The drawers, the fridge, even the damn sink. Not a trace of them remained. I was dumbfounded, to say the least. Did someone break in and steal everything while I was gone? But why? How? On a closer inspection, though, I realized it hadn't been thieves because even the sink's drain was gone, replaced by a smooth wall instead. No one could have done this in the 10 hours that I was at work. And even if they could have, I couldn't fathom a reason for them to. I looked up, I saw the light bulb was gone as well. At that point, I started freaking out badly because light still emanated from where it used to be. I grabbed my backpack and ran to the front door, hastily opening it. The street was gone. In its place, only another empty room. I let out a yelp of surprise mixed with fear as I froze in the doorway. What the hell was going on? Remembering my phone, I pulled it out and prayed that it still had some battery. Then I was out of luck. The thing was dead. It took a few minutes to calm down and decide what to do. My breath smoothed out after a while, and I felt confident enough I'd not have a panic attack. So I closed my eyes, and I opened the door again. Still a room instead of the street. Crap. I explored the rest of the house, hoping to find something that would have helped me understand, but every room was the same story. All the furniture was gone, the walls were uncharacteristically smooth and featureless, and the light bulbs were nowhere to be seen, even though there was plenty of light to go around. I had hoped against all odds that I'd still find my landline phone in the living room, but I think you can guess how well that went. I don't know how many times I spent curled up on the floor of the living room, just crying. And I don't know how much time I spent opening and closing the front door, hoping it would finally reveal the street to me. Many hours, at any rate, until I finally gave up and decided to take a leap of faith. I entered the room my front door led to, closed it behind me, and opened the door again. Now my corridor was gone. Its place taken by a small room with a single door on the other side. If someone would have been there with me, they could have pointed out the exact moment my soul shattered by the pop it made, but no one was there. I was all alone and lost in a twilight zone of empty rooms. I sat down, pulled my backpack in my lap, and took a sip of water. I didn't feel hungry yet, so I decided not to touch the sandwiches. With only 2 of them and a liter water, I had to make them last. My mind went into survival mode. I didn't know how long I'd been here or how to get out. Eventually, I decided to take a nap, as I was still tired from the night shift I'd been through. I decided I'd have a better chance of figuring things out if I was rested. Sleep came swiftly, but it was fitful and as bland as the room I was in. I didn't dream at all, and I constantly woke up feeling paranoid, like someone or something was watching me. The 5th time that happened, I jumped to my feet. The room was dark now. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. After I was done shitting bricks, I thought that I'd died and was now in some sort of hell. I walked around slowly and still found the walls of the room in about the places I expected. It clicked in my head. It was nighttime. This place, wherever or whatever it was, kept track of the time outside. I huddled myself in one of the corners and waited for light to return. That took a few hours, but with nothing to draw my attention and excite my senses, it felt like a small eternity. It was only me. The darkness. The sounds of my occasional breath. And the pulse of my heart pounding in my ears. I thought I'd go crazy, that I'd start to hallucinate any moment now, but then I noticed a small inkling of light emanating from the ceiling. Dawn was coming. The light slowly grew in intensity, mirroring the pace of a sunrise, but I didn't wait any longer. The moment I could see even the vaguest of shapes, I got up and on the move. Despite the poor quality of my sleep, I felt rested and refreshed, so I started exploring. Door after door, room after room. All I found was more of the same. The walls, different colors, and the shapes of the rooms varied to mirror their purpose. A small closet, a garage, a bathroom, a corridor once in a while, but other than that, they were all the same. For a split second, I felt like I was in a video game and I'd entered an area that I wasn't supposed to. A building the devs didn't flesh out because no one was meant to enter it. Only this was reality. At one point, I got an idea. I kept finding windows which Although they didn't show anything on the other side and were flush with the walls, I thought maybe they would lead somewhere, so I threw my water bottle against one of them, hoping to shatter it. But it bounced right off and rolled at my feet. The next few days were spent going from room to room, only stopping at night when I couldn't see a damn thing. But I made a few interesting discoveries, if you want to call them that, about how this place and my body worked now. Closing a door randomized the room on the other side, so you could walk in a circle without going in the same room twice. As soon as a door left your direct line of sight, even if you'd left it open, it would close on its own. This one I figured out after I had the bright idea of not closing any doors behind me, hoping I'd manage to figure out how big the place was. I didn't need sleep, or at least I didn't need it as often as I normally would. Despite a few days having passed at that point, I didn't feel tired and I only slept through the first night I spent there. Same went for food and water. I didn't feel hungry or thirsty, even though I still had both sandwiches and the water bottle were missing only the few sips that I took on the first day. That was either a curse or a blessing, depending on how you chose to look at it. It would give me more time to find a way out, but it had the potential of prolonging my suffering immensely if I didn't. I decided to take it as a blessing for the time being and kept going. Room after room, day in and day out, I think I opened more doors in that time than I would have in my entire life otherwise, but after roughly a week, I finally found something that wasn't just another bland wall. Though, I wished I hadn't. The first thing that hit me as I entered another room was the gut-wrenching smell. It was stagnant and putrid, to the point it made me retch and made my eyes water. I slowly looked up and found red trails adorning the floor. They had a radial pattern that led back to a common source. It looked as if they'd flowed at one point or another. As my eyes followed them, slow and uncertain, my gaze came upon something in the corner. It was a dry husk, with its back against the wall and its hands beside its body. The trails led to its wrists, and I could see bone beneath the mummified skin. Words were strewn on the wall behind it, in the same red color as the trails on the floor. I backed up slowly as the realization hit me like a truck. This person, whoever he or she might have been, was like me at some point. Someone stuck in here that couldn't take it anymore and decided to end it all. That was their only way out. Their only release. And I feared more and more each day that it would eventually be my only option as well. For hours, I fought back the urge to leave the room and shut the door behind me. The reality of what I was facing sunk in deeper and deeper into my soul, bringing with it despair and a feeling of complete helplessness. Many slaps later, I managed to snap myself out of it and approached the corpse to inspect it. I thought that maybe they'd have something useful on them, though what exactly that would have been, I had no idea. Certainly no food or water, else they'd not have taken their own life. And certainly not a map that led outside, else I'd not have found them in here like this. I fashioned a mask to cover my mouth and nose out of my t-shirt and walked over to it slowly. The words behind it came into view as I got closer, and I could read them when I was a few steps away. Beware the dark. Don't follow the footsteps. The eyes. Oh God, the eyes. Make it stop. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but that was the gist of it. Short sentences with an ominous feeling to them. They certainly did a good job of making me feel like I'd drowned in dread. I tried to puzzle them together and draw some meaning from them, but I couldn't. What eyes? What footsteps? I'd been here for more than a week now, but besides the sounds I made myself, I didn't hear anything. Still shat my pants reading it, though. I knelt down next to the corpse and started pulling on its clothes in search of pockets. It was dressed pretty blandly, jeans and a t-shirt, so I'd not find much. One of the front pockets of the jeans revealed a phone with no battery, and the back pocket revealed a wallet. There was a bit of cash in it, a few bills and coins, but I decided not to even count it, let alone take it. But I found an ID and a driver's license. I took those. I figured that if I ever got out, the least I could do was turn these in and let their relatives know their fate. His name was Brandon, an average-looking 25-year-old guy with dirty blonde hair, sparkling blue eyes. He didn't deserve his fate. I didn't either. I found nothing else on him, so I decided to move on. Staying put wouldn't do me any good, and after finding Brandon's corpse, I felt a renewed sense of urgency. The next few days followed the same pattern as before, stopping only at nightfall, before I moved for as long as I could see. But with Brandon's warning to beware of the dark, I began stopping the moment the light started to fade. I was itching to move, to keep my mind occupied so I wouldn't collapse in on me, but I was afraid. I didn't need to see any monsters on top of all that I'd been through. As the second week came and passed, I was certain I'd traveled for dozens of miles now, and more or less in a straight line, too. I'd grown properly hungry in the meantime, so I ate one of the sandwiches and held onto the other one until I'd literally be starving. I was also down to half a bottle of water, but if my body kept up at the same rate, these meager supplies would have lasted me another month or two. That was, unless I'd found her. As I entered another room, I saw someone huddled in a corner. Thinking it was another corpse, I approached it slowly, my nerves on their ends. It looked shriveled and malnourished, but I couldn't tell if they'd been dead for long now. Decomposition was probably affected the same way as my hunger and thirst, which is why my sandwich went stale, but still edible. But then she opened an eye, looked at me with horror, and started to scream. I covered my ears to shield them from the loud screech, and it took everything I had in me to not bolt it out the door. She screamed for a solid 30 seconds before she stopped to gasp for air, but I could see that she was ready to do it again. "Stop that!" I yelled. I won't hurt you!" She opened both eyes, and they were wide with surprise. A look of disbelief and then of relief washed over her features as she huddled down tighter. "Help me. Please, oh God, if you're a real human, help me." I rushed over to her and knelt down. She looked bad, but knowing she was still alive in her condition made it so much worse. Her face was scrawny, her skin pulled taut over her bones. Her clothes looked a few sizes too big, hanging loosely on her frame. Her hair was disheveled, dirty, and bunches of it had fallen off to reveal her bare scalp. "What happened to you?" I asked, although I probably knew the answer. "Do you have anything to eat, or some water?" she asked. I considered for a moment to lie and tell her no, but I couldn't live with myself if I did that. However long I still had to live anyway. I opened my backpack and offered her the sandwich. She wolfed it down in a few seconds and then licked the plastic wrap clean. "Thank you so much," she said after she was done. "I haven't eaten in months." I gave her the water bottle too, told her to drink it slowly. I was no expert in malnutrition and starvation, but I knew that if the stomach was empty for a long time, it's not a good idea to stuff it all of a sudden. She, of course, didn't listen to me and drank the water in a few gulps. I couldn't really blame her, though. I can't even imagine what it feels like to not eat or drink for months. We stood in silence for a while, as I allowed her to regain some composure. She eventually opened her mouth and started to talk. To this day, I still regret hearing her words. "Have you seen it yet?" she asked. "Seen what?" I asked back. "So you didn't travel through the dark then?" she continued. No, I haven't. Can't see shit, so when night comes I stay put." "Good," she said. "You didn't answer me, though. See what?" I tried to get more out of her, but my attempts were met with failure. She didn't evade my questions. She outright shot them down and told me it was for my own good. Seeing that I didn't relent, however, she eventually told me something. Listen, you really are better off not knowing. Believe me, you just won't travel through the dark, and you'll be safe. Fine, I said, accepting defeat. The terror in her voice was not hidden at all. It was laid thick on every word she spoke. So I didn't pester her further. Still, her questions and cryptic words felt eerily familiar. Brandon's words, written in blood, came to mind. Beware the dark. I stayed by her side as the day passed and night settled. Even though I was itching to get on the move again, I had not seen another human or spoken to anyone in over 2 weeks. And although I thought that I'd never miss it, that changed. I was starved for conversation, for interaction, and most importantly, for information. Her name was Vanessa. She was 25 years old and had been living a few towns over from me. One day, 3 months before I found her, she went to the bathroom in her own apartment. Preoccupied with her phone, she didn't check on the room she entered. Only when the door was shut behind her and she was cut off from the outside world did she notice something was up. By then, it was too late. She's been trapped in here ever since. Her story sent chills down my spine, as it was very similar to mine. In a moment of distraction, she walked through a door she'd opened countless times before, only for it to lead her here. The gears in my head started spinning as I began to theorize the how and why. I knew these rooms were copies of real ones. That much was evident from day one, seeing as I entered my own house and thought someone had stolen all of my furniture, and I knew they were randomized upon closing the doors. But where was this place? Outside of our reality? Did we enter it because we weren't paying attention, or was it something like quantum mechanics, where the contents of the rooms weren't decided until they were observed? That I didn't know. Could have been any one of them, a combination of them, something else entirely. Anyway, after me and Vanessa talked some more, she fell asleep. She was obviously weak, so I didn't wake her. I stood by her side as the light slowly dimmed, hoping she'd get enough strength back the next day to walk. I myself couldn't sleep. In fact, ever since I'd gotten here, I only slept that one time through the first night. The rest of them I spent awake, pondering my predicament and my life thus far. Tonight, I was glad to have someone next to me, even though all I could hear was her steady breathing. I wasn't alone anymore, and that was the only thing that mattered. About halfway through the night, I got up and paced around through the room for a bit to stretch my legs. I do this every night to stop my muscles from going stiff, but I never left the rooms I was in. At one point, I stopped after maybe 10 minutes of walking in circles. I listened for Vanessa so I could return next to her. It didn't take me long to pick up on her breathing. But before I could take a single step towards her, I heard footsteps. I stood as still as I could, listening, hoping my mind was only playing tricks on me, but it wasn't. Although they were faint and sounded like they came from far away, I could clearly make out every step. They were slow, with a few seconds between them, but they followed a steady rhythm. I turned to face the direction they seemed to come from and took a few steps of my own. Slow and careful not to make a sound, I inched forward until my outstretched hand met the wood of the door. I leaned against it, pressing my ear on the wood, and heard the footsteps clearer. I hoped it would be another person. I hoped me and Vanessa would get another companion to help us out, but the more I listened, the more that hope was eroded away until it shattered entirely. The steps were too heavy for a normal human, too drawn out, and besides that, the room they seemed to come from wasn't decided yet. For all intents and purposes, I shouldn't have been able to hear them. The moment that realization hit me, Brandon's warning and Vanessa's question suddenly made sense. A deep sense of dread and fear took over me, and I made my way next to Vanessa without even taking a single breath. The night passed one heartbeat at a time. One footstep at a time, because they never went away, not until the light returned in full. At that point, I woke Vanessa up. She came to her senses slowly and noticed the change in my demeanor. Did you see it? Was the first thing she asked me. No. Did you hear the footsteps then? Yes, but I didn't follow them. We should be safe then. Vanessa tried to get up on her own, but she couldn't. She was still too weak, and we both doubted a sandwich and a bit of water could change that. I helped her to her feet and threw one of her arms around my shoulders, basically dragging her along. You don't have to, she said as we walked towards the door opposite the footsteps I heard the night before. I'm not going by myself, I cut her short. If I spent another night awake by myself, I'd lose it. She didn't say anything. Having been alone for the past months, she probably understood me. We spent the day walking in a straight line, door after door, hoping one of them would lead us outside. It hadn't, of course. And by nightfall, we stopped once again. I sat Vanessa down in a corner and laid next to her. She lifted her right pant leg to reveal her shin, and I saw it was full of straight cuts in various stages of healing. I didn't know what to make of them, but they looked suspiciously like tally marks. With the nail of her thumb, she cut another line into her skin. She winced a bit, but didn't let out a sound. Seeing my confusion, she started to explain. I'm counting the days I've been here. On your skin? I asked, unnerved by it. I've got nothing else, she said. We talked a bit more, mostly about our lives. She'd finished high school but didn't pursue a higher education. That left her working at a restaurant as a waitress to make a living. There she met the man that would soon become her boyfriend and then fiancé. He was the son of the owner, but from what Vanessa told me, he worked with them whenever he needed. He sounded like a swell guy, to be honest. Anyway, two of them moved into an apartment by themselves a year prior, and they'd been happy together. Vanessa said she could already see the rest of her life with him until this happened to her. I told her I was in a similar position to hers, working a dead-end job in order to scrape by, only I'd wasted years of my life going to college, getting a degree that never led me anywhere. I still live with my parents in our small suburban home, hoping to find someone to share my days with, maybe start a family. Well, you can guess how well that went, I said, trying to pass it off as a joke. Vanessa managed to giggle, but I could tell she didn't really taste my joke. I didn't blame her, but I always found humor alleviates bad situations for me. We kept talking until the lights vanished almost completely, and we'd have done it even after, probably all through the night, but something we heard stopped us. The footsteps. Goddamn footsteps. They returned as the last rays were gone, seemingly closer than last night. We held our breath, listening in anticipation for what must have been hours. We huddled closer together, bunching into one another for a fleeting sense of safety. The night eventually passed. We were both still alive by the end of it, scared out of our minds, but alive. We spent about 2 more months traveling together, passing the days with small talk and the nights fearing for our lives. The footsteps got closer some nights, but if we kept quiet, they wouldn't approach us. We both got weaker by the day, withering away to hunger and thirst. But Vanessa was much worse off than me. I didn't think someone could be that thin and still live. I think only her will to survive and see this through kept her alive at that point. We'd made very little progress for a few days, and I guess we both knew that she didn't have long left, but I refused to acknowledge it. One evening, as we stopped for the day, she was too weak to even talk to me. She went straight to sleep, which worried me since I didn't need to sleep once since I'd met her. Then morning finally came, and she woke up. She kept uncharacteristically silent. I waited a half an hour for her to wake up fully before I suggested we get on the move again, but she stopped me. "Just leave me," she said in a weak, sad voice. "You both know I don't have much left, and I'm only slowing you down." "No," I protested. "This is not some movie. You're not doing some heroic sacrifice for me." She didn't fight me about it. Maybe she was too weak to, maybe she simply didn't care anymore, knowing we'd both meet our end regardless. "Fine," she accepted my decision after a while. "But at least let me tell you the truth. God knows how much time I have left. This might be my last chance to." I wanted to stop her, to contradict her, and reassure her we'd make it eventually, but I listened. I was curious, but I didn't want to risk braving this place alone without knowing exactly what I'm in for. "There's something in here with us," she said after a long pause. "I don't know exactly what it is, but it's hunting us down. If you move during the night, it picks up on you, I think. And then it just starts circling the rooms in search for you, making those footsteps we've been hearing. If you make noise or if you follow the footsteps, it can find you." I started, but the words got stuck in my throat. "Did you see it?" "I did," she admitted with a surprised calmness. "When I first got here, actually, I ran around for a few days, even through the dark. And one night, I bumped into it. I didn't get a good look at it. I ran away like hell, and I guess I lost it." "How did it look?" I asked, even though I was sure I'd regret finding out. "It has tall, gaunt, spindly limbs," Vanessa said, and paused for a moment. Her sight got lost in empty space, and for a few heartbeats I was sure she wasn't there with me anymore, on a mental level. "And those eyes," she eventually added. "Red, shining, and..." Tears formed around her eyes and flowed down her cheeks, but her expression didn't change to reflect that. "Haunting?" I asked. She nodded her head. "Okay," he said, "that's enough. Not sure I want to hear more, and I'm pretty sure it's not doing you any good to try and remember more." She sheepishly nodded her head again, so we closed the subject. We got on the move at a glacial pace, with breaks every other hour or so for her to catch her breath. We mostly kept silent, with barely a few words exchanged between us, but I still appreciated her presence. I think another week or so passed, and Vanessa withered away visibly day by day. It wasn't long before she couldn't walk anymore, and she kept insisting that I either leave her or end her. But I didn't do either. I couldn't do either, at least not in the meantime. For as long as I was able, I'd carry her around on my back, which is exactly what I did, and even though she was more bone than flesh at that point, she still felt very heavy, a clear sign of my own degradation. We traveled less and less, starting up later and stopping sooner every day. Vanessa kept tallying the days on her skin until she ran out of room on her legs and had to move on to her forearms. Bored one evening, we counted the marks, and we found that she'd been in here for a little over 6 months. "At the rate I'm going," she said after a while, I have maybe another month left. She didn't bring it up again. But I knew from the look in her eyes she was afraid. Despite her inhuman amounts of resolve, she feared what another month in her condition would mean. So much pain, so much suffering, and although she never said it, I knew she was angry with me for refusing to end it for her. That night was the first time I slept as well. Couldn't describe how good it felt. Escaping the hell I was in, even for a few hours, was a blessing, but unfortunately, I didn't get to relish in it for too long. All the stress, all the anxiety, all that worry that built up in me, they turned into nightmares and ruined my rest. I dreamt of Vanessa dying, of me crying over her lifeless body, my resolve to continue shattered. And then she opened her eyes and reached a skeletal arm out towards me. I tried to scream and back away from her, but you know how well that goes in dreams. I was paralyzed. The yells frozen in my throat. She threw me to the ground effortlessly. "Why didn't you kill me?" she asked, climbing over me and wrapping her fingers around my throat. I couldn't answer, and I thrashed around beneath her and tried to scream again and again, but I was only met with failure. The struggle didn't last for long, though. Fortunately, the real Vanessa woke me up, but I let out a single loud screech as I came to and regained control of my body. "It's all right. It's okay. You're okay. You're okay," she whispered and covered my mouth. The silence that engulfed us was so all-consuming that I could hear the beating of my own heart in my ears. I kept quiet as the shock of the nightmares faded away. And Vanessa did the same, not making a single sound. I could barely even hear her breathing. As my senses adjusted, I heard something faint and distant. Footsteps somewhere far away, the doors squeaking as they opened and closed. They were getting closer. I knew that the creature heard my scream. It was only a matter of time until it would reach us. "We have to move," I whispered to Vanessa. "We'll be found." "We can't outrun it," Vanessa said. "And it'll hear us. It'll hear the doors." The footsteps got even closer, to the point I could tell them apart. The creature was only a few rooms away at best. "We don't have a choice," I said as I got to my feet. "Let's go. We'll figure something out." I didn't wait for Vanessa to answer. The footsteps were maybe 2 rooms away. We didn't have time to argue any longer. I took her hands and pulled her to her feet, getting her on my back and taking off. I tried my best to move as quietly as possible, but as soon as I opened the first door, the footsteps quickened behind us. The door to our room opened just as we left it, and I heard a guttural scream from behind. That was all I needed to convince me to throw all caution to the wind. I sped up, not quite running, but hurrying the best of my abilities. I went at random, opening and closing all the doors in my wake, but the creature was onto us. I didn't have the strength to go any faster and lose it. It soon caught up to us, and I turned my head around in time to get a glimpse of it. Dread invaded me at the sight of its glowing eyes, filled with malice, and I almost tripped right then and there, but I kept going. And by some miracle, I stayed ahead of it for a little while longer. "Leave me," Vanessa urged. "I'm a goner anyway. I'll buy you some time to get away." "No way in hell," I yelled back at her. "Not an option." The next room was a flight of stairs with no other route in sight. I could barely make out a door all the way up, and with the way I came from blocked by the creature, I started ascending. I didn't think I'd make it 5 steps before I tripped and was forced to continue on all 4s. Vanessa was barely hanging on to me, and I felt her grip around my throat loosening. Whether or not she was letting go intentionally, I'll never know. Your guess is as good as mine. At any rate, she didn't get to fall off my back. The creature caught up to us, bounding up the stairs like a crazed animal, and it got its calloused hands around my ankle. I tried to kick it away to keep going, but in a single motion, it hurled me through the air and back down the stairs. I landed hard on my back, getting the air knocked out of me. and I heard Vanessa crash to the floor somewhere to my right. Through the stars in my vision, I could vaguely make out her form in the murky darkness. She was completely still. "Vanessa!" I yelled, crawling towards her. "Go," she yelled back. "Get..." Her words were cut short by the creature as it plowed into her. It picked her up off the ground so fast that its spindly body was just a blur of shadows and movement. I heard a loud thud as it pinned Vanessa against a wall, and heard her gargle as she tried to scream. Our eyes locked for a final time, and behind her gaze I saw a terrifying calm. An acceptance of her fate that I didn't think possible. She mouthed "go" one final time, and her eyes left mine, moving to meet those of the creature. I didn't want to. My heart screamed at me to stay, to fight, to help, but my tired, malnourished body fought me back, and I found myself turning around, limping away on all fours. As I reached the door and left the room, I heard a sickening sound of flesh and bone being torn apart as the creature let out squeals of satisfaction. It won. It got its prey. I went as fast as I could, closing all of the doors behind me, hoping that the rooms would get reshuffled and I'd be safe. More than once I was tempted to either stop or outright turn around because what was the point? But I kept going until my lungs burned and my soul felt raw. The human survival spirit is a hell of a thing. After Vanessa's death, I had no idea how much time passed. Days, weeks, month. Even slowed down as it was, hunger and dehydration were finally catching up to me, and I soon started resembling the state that Vanessa had been in during her final days. With my consciousness lapsing in and out, spending more and more time sleeping each day, I picked a room and decided to let myself die and end the nightmare. But that didn't get to happen, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, telling you my story. One faithful evening, as the lights in the room dimmed to almost nothing, one of the doors opened. 2 figures walked inside, shining flashlights in my face. I opened my crusted eyes slowly. I tried to speak, but all that escaped my mouth was a throaty rasp. "Bloody hell, mate," one of the figures said in a thick British accent. "He's still alive! Get him out!" More people appeared from behind the two, brandishing shotguns and firemen's axes. 2 of them grabbed me by my feet and arms, hauling me up and carrying me along. I passed out on the way, but I was conscious for long enough to notice that they left every door open behind them. They also spread a thick steel rope as they went, which kept the doors from closing and reshuffling. I made it out of the back rooms 4 months after I'd entered. And I woke up in a small town in northern Alaska. Seeing as I'm from West Virginia, I was quite a ways away from home. The local doctor defied the odds in treating me, and his idea of keeping me in the back rooms for another day while he gave me liquids and glucose was quite smart. Feared that bringing me back outside into the real world would have just caused my body to instantly collapse and die. I didn't get to meet my saviors. By the time I woke up after a few days of non-stop sleeping, they were already gone. A pair of monster hunters named Damien, British guy, and his apprentice named Miles. That's all I managed to get out of the locals. Men in Black arrived before long, and they made up a story about me being kidnapped by human traffickers for unknown reasons. We were all on the same page. They contacted my family to let them know I was alive. Transport was arranged for me to return back home. I made it without incident. But my life hasn't been the same since. And for starters, I removed all the unnecessary doors in my home. I replaced the rest with glass ones so I could always see what laid on the other side. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to share Brandon and Vanessa's fates with their families. And not for the lack of trying. Believe me, I did try. From the day I got home, the men in black, they've been keeping me under surveillance. For how long they'll keep it up, I don't know. Not even sure for who they work for. Beyond a nebulous concept that they're part of some branch of the government. Anyway, that's all I got. I wish I had a better resolution. A happy ending, but I don't. I'm a scarred and traumatized shell of the person I used to be, and no amount of therapy and medication can fix me, and I'll forever be paranoid when opening doors. I'll never again in my life enter a room without checking what is on the other side first. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we say goodnight, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. I also want to say if you guys like the stories you're hearing now, please check out the Creepypasta Collection Volume 1 and Volume 2. They're available now on Amazon, they're available at Barnes & Noble, they're available wherever you like to get books. They're some of the best authors I've worked with over the years, some of my absolute favorite authors, and some of my friends. So I'd appreciate it if you guys check those things out. There's also an audiobook that I wasn't involved with. I don't know why Simon & Schuster did that, but they did. So you can check that out too, if you'd like listening to books, but you just don't want to hear me. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon, patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. People such as Diana Kraus, Acid System, Benjamin 2003, Blake Rattler, Bottle Coolant, Brandon Mendoza, Caltuna, Corey X Kenshin, Dakota Best, Daniel Polson, Dante Kincaid, Enchanted Buns, Eric Anthony Caruso, Estebean, 15 Squirrels in a Trench Coat, Galaxy Gremlin, Hayes Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Second Time, Jay Kearns, Jedis Pet, Lou Cipher, Nick MC, Plant Piss, Red Shadowcat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Scary Stories Fuel Me 32, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Polly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, X Reaper 69, XX Lucky Cat XX, Zibulb, Shadow Gardens, and Peaceful Buddha. Thank you all so much for being here. And as always, sweet dreams.